only so little time to waste. And why would we waste it? As humans, have we succumbed to the idle chatters of nonsensical whims?
I think you're just saying random words now.
No, nay. This is not the end. This is the death and
No, I just let the stream like go a little bit, so then I know that it's recording properly. But make sure that's actually capturing. There's the video game. It is my turn with the video game. I kind of forget at times that this is a video game that I actually just use the controller for. I suppose I don't need my junk right in the way. So yeah, we left off with getting our new party member. We haven't really gotten a chance to use them yet. I only did like an hour of gameplay last time, but I'm gonna probably do a little bit more today.
What's this? Found it!
Oh.
Anytime!
Turn my own
Here I
headphones
come!
down a little bit. Okay, so this will be the first time our Goral is in combat. I wonder if they actually use a weapon. Effective against star attributes. Star. Recovery instead of attack. Just like actual recovery, it's just an AoE recovery. Protect all allies. The magic barrier next turn. Ares attack reduces 60 and AI's HP is halved. That's interesting. Doesn't that seem a bit too good? Decreased physical attack for all targets in range. So she's like a debuff in a way, and support.
I'm invincible! Hey, how's this?
Really? You're too big for that? Well, whatever. Oh, she's like a lance in her tail. I didn't even notice it.
Bye-bye!
I was thinking she was going to use the Entoma thing
Let's go!
for some reason. It's like the Entoma thing is like a whip. She's going to use a whip, right? And then, nope, she has a weird like lance spear thing in her tail. What kind of ears do you think those are? I don't know what kind of tail that is. Except if I look at it that way, it probably looks like I'm looking at something else. But she has shorts on. It's okay.
All right. Out of here! It's over!
Actually, pretty much like all of them are in like leotard things. Pretty much. Is there anything is there anything they're actually covering up? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll just go over here.
I did it.
I gotta be able to push them back far enough anyway.
How's this? Oh, good. Al's turn.
Ow. Ugh. Oh, they poisoned her? I didn't
All
notice
right.
that. We're actually gonna have to start dealing with harder combat. Status ailments.
Took you down. Woo! We won! Oh, have I gotten stronger?
Wait. She's level 19. Was that supposed to be a lot higher level? In each dungeon, bug spots, an icon will only appear if you are close to it. There you can perform a character-specific action. Press X to use the ability. This will allow you to travel to a new place.
What's this?
Break
Your
that
turn
one.
now. Playtime.
I guess they expected me to
Just
fight
wait
more,
till I get to you.
but the game is like
Hey, how's this?
easy enough to manage.
Take that.
Poison carries over, that kind of stuff.
Hey,
The games that do that.
that's all. Leave it to me.
It's one of those games where you heal.
All right. Say, yeah. Home run. Deleted.
Heal the HP after you get a level up, but it
won't
doesn't
go
heal the
easy on
status
you.
ailment. I don't know if I have anything that heals status ailments. No, I don't.
Let me know.
Are they all moon? Sun. Okay, only that thing's a moon.
I did it.
Eh.
Right there.
That one's stronger. These enemies do seem tougher.
reckless!
I wonder if the first dungeon is just like the test out mechanics thing. Because this one definitely seems tougher than all the other enemies we've been fighting. Like just damage wise at least.
Bye-bye.
I wasn't sure if these games actually get challenging or not.
All right.
But it might actually get a lot of challenge.
Top. Deleted. Oh, all right. I'll work harder.
Yeah, it seems like we have some levels to catch up on.
What's this?
I might actually want to fight like all the enemies I see for a little bit. I'm right next to this rest point, so I'm pretty sure you just heal when you go to camp, right? Yeah, you do. Might as well then
Can't miss this chance.
grab some experience.
Just wait till I get to you.
Yeah, why not?
Hey, how's this?
Might unlock an ability.
Boom! That's all. Leave it to me.
Eh. Didn't I get a new thing too?
All right. Turn to
Okay,
act.
why not?
Looking hot. Took you down. It won't go easy on you.
Really liking status elements. Jerks.
I did it.
Wish I could make it wider. Oh well, let's do it. Oh,
Damn. It's tough.
nah, I didn't hit him to the other
You
guy.
did it.
Pain.
Just wait till I get
A
to
girl
you.
can dream. A girl can dream.
Hey, how's this? Take that.
Oh,
Hey, take that. That's all. It's over. Can't let everyone down.
Well, they're leveling up pretty quick, at least. There's no really reason not to do this, so I might as well.
This one out.
I guess the reason is that the things spawn back, but not that big a deal.
Found it. What's this?
Pathway key. I wonder what pathway it leads to.
What's this?
The pathway. Story of him?
But
Oh yeah, I forgot Al's the other one. What did I make Al's voice again?
didn't I make Al's voice like this one?
I don't remember. What did I make it? Anyways. Well, what's in this room? Be careful. The corruption readings in this room are off the charts.
Corruption readings? You mean like it's cursed?
Yeah, when the image landscapes are distorted as they are here, it's because of what we call bugs. Now I can't even tell if this room is rendering the way it should. Staying here for much longer doesn't seem like a wise idea. Alright, Al, let's get out of here. I found an unknown bug beyond that point. We can't go any further.
What? But I'm so curious.
Don't. I might have to go back.
Did I make it this one instead?
I don't think I did. Did I? Yeah, I won't care. It's just to have an idea, after all. Of what the voices sound like. Ow. What?
Where'd you come from?
I guess I didn't turn quick enough. Ow.
Al's turn.
He almost killed her. I don't like that. Probably remove more chips from the board right away.
What is it?
Okay, that thing's gonna die right away. Hopefully. That's sun and that's moon. Oh, I only gotta get the star.
Hurry! Look inside! Hey! How's this? Take that!
What?
Hey! That's
That's a lot more.
That's all! Let's go! Identifying
This
enemies'
one
weak
is
points.
moon, right? That's moon, and that is...
All right.
How good at that go?
Witness the light. I know.
Heh, perfect.
Purify. Blast off.
Alright, that was not. Yeah, it was.
I won't lose hope.
Bo, 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 bo.
I did it.
Don't really need to, but might as
I
well.
got you. It's a bunch. It's going to be okay. It's a bunch.
Kinda wish it
Focusing on
healed her
you.
too,
It's a
but
bunch. I got it. Focusing on you. It's a bunch.
Lily,
Wait
are
till
you
I get
okay?
to you.
might as well unlock the new stuff, right?
Hey, how's this? Take that.
You look like you didn't like her attacks, so
Hey, take that.
what if I throw you in? Oh, a jump.
Leave it to
I don't
me.
think I've seen them jump.
Identifying enemies' weak points.
Wait, I thought I did a lot more damage than that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess her normal
Outta
attack did
here!
work.
I won't lose hope.
Does she have anything that hurts Moon? Yeah, you do.
I did it.
Why not?
Yeah,
It's not that
time
great.
for liftoff.
Lily,
Here I
are you
come.
okay?
No, not in particular. What was the button again? I thought this was the button. I guess I don't have them. Because the corruption's too high, huh?
Hey, how's this?
Yeah, I should probably just keep knocking them.
Bring it to pieces! Take that! Done and dusted.
That works.
Pretty cool, huh?
Get too powerful. Get weaker.
Perfect opportunity.
They're definitely giving us stronger
Here I
enemies
come.
than before, that much is sure.
Hey, how's this? Huh, take that! Bye-bye! Leave it to me!
Knocking them into each other is definitely better.
Leave it to me!
I wonder why I jumped over there.
All right. I can win this. Powering up. Yeah! See? Yeah!
Why not?
Got him!
A little corruption goes a long way.
I won't go easy on you. I did it. What does it say? I did it. I did it.
Might knock them into each other.
Take that!
At least hit that. That.
It's over for now.
Good, I killed it. The snake lady seems like the strongest one in these groups.
Not too
Wait till I
shabby out
get
there.
to you. Hey, how's this? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Kind of was hoping it ricocheted more.
My turn. Just yet. All right.
Oh, that's inconvenient.
Top.
All right, leave it to me.
Down.
Lily,
Here I
are you
come.
okay?
I don't think I have anything that revives people, do I? Yeah, not in particular.
What is it? Hey, how's this? Ha! Yeah! Huh! Bring it to pieces! Get out of here!
It ricocheted off her body.
Oh, have I gotten stronger?
I really need to power up that girl more.
What's this?
Oh, are we gonna find something weird? I wonder what this strange parchment could be. You think it's an omen of some kind? Oh, great. I didn't notice Al's buggy rests on her head. Anyway. That's another item from the real world. That shouldn't be here. All in English. I wonder if it's a foreign tabloid or something. It's pretty discolored, so it can't be a recent issue. It sure is dense. There are so many pages piled and folded together. This is called a newspaper. It's a way to keep track of current events, things like accidents, scandals, recent reportings, and the like. I see. This is another example of technology that only exists where you come from? Yeah, I guess so. I've never seen these symbols before. Can you read it, Shana? Sorry, but this is an ancient language. I can't really read it either. English. No. The ancient language. No.
Oh, this thing? I had no idea what it was either. Isn't it just the oddest thing? And a bunch of weird-looking drawings on it, too.
Well, those aren't drawings, apparently. They're called photos of futuristic technology that can actually save a memory onto what's called film.
I don't get the concept, but boy, you sure know a lot, Lily. Film, huh? That's cool.
Indeed, film is cool. Ladies, it's called film. She say flim, and I didn't notice. Oh no, they don't have a log. Just in case anything tries to kill us in this. In any case, check this out. Didn't know clouds could float in the air like this. Isn't normal by any stretch.
Are you scared? Are you?
Yeah, I think the headline reads cattle mute. It reads cattle mutilation. Allegedly, there were numerous sightings of it during the 1960s in both UK and in America.
Wow, Enigma. Man, you scare the crap out of me sometimes. Can you warn us before you appear out of nowhere next time?
Hey, that's my right. My right is to scare the crap out of all of you. You're the one who needs my expertise, so how about you pipe down and listen for once?
Nah. You have to be a jerk about it.
Gruesome as it might be, cattle mutilation was something of a fad a few decades ago. Those unlucky enough to find the corpses saw flayed flesh, gouged eyes, and organs. And that's if the stench didn't get to them first. People became so disturbed by those ghoulish displays that escapism and fantasy worlds became common methods of coping with the trauma. How frightening. I can't imagine what can compel someone to commit such an atrocity. Escapism is a temporary solace.
That's scary.
You're a treasure trove of knowledge, aren't you, Mr. Enigma? Well, I've been doing a lot of research. Recently, the old oddity is this newspaper, though. What is something from the real world doing inside this game? Real world?
What do you mean by that?
Mizushina, you forgot to use voice chat. Mr. Enigma? Mr. Enigma? Huh? What's up? Are you, okay? I think so. I don't feel sick or anything. In the meantime, I'll keep investigating. You all should go on ahead. Okay. Got it. His voice sounded tired. I hope he's getting enough sleep.
Sheena, Enigma has been saying some confusing stuff.
You're right. I wonder if something happened to him. I've been growing increasingly concerned. Is Mizushina actually okay? Maybe the workload is starting to get to him.
Actually, he's being attacked by several cultists.
How do you know that, Al?
I just know.
Panting. At least he has friends. He has friends.
Are
Huh. This is a long process to show this. Well done. I can't hit it again, so I guess that's good. Ah.
Now's our chance!
Let's get to the fighting though.
Here I come!
Oh yeah, she's dead.
Hey, how's this?
Isn't this how I run? Oh yeah.
Let's get out of here!
That's how I run.
Yeah!
Oh yeah, there is a jump button. I thought there wasn't for a second. There is. What are the chances there's actually another safe point around here? I'll just go back. It's not that far. I don't want that other girl to get too far behind in levels. Ah, how cool that actually worked. No one wants to talk. I wonder if he'll actually get more teammates in 3. Is there anything in the real world right now? Yeah, there is. I wonder if they'll let me look over the newspaper.
This one out.
It's too corrupted. I'm just gonna run myself back over here. Ooh, a doodle bop. We like doodle bops. They're very nice. Yum. Yum. What do we got? We got things?
Yeah! Hit!
No, maybe?
Yeah!
Hmm.
Hit!
Kinda figured this would actually have something on it, but it has nothing apparently. A little boring. Got it.
Lucky me! Just wait till I get to you. What is it? Hurry! Look inside!
Do we have any star people? No. There's a contact all targets in range. It wouldn't be bad to use this stuff. I don't really need to use it right now either.
Hey! How's this? Take that! Hey! Give it to me!
There we go. That was a pretty good knock.
Let's go! Alright. Ha! Hey! Yeah! Got him!
That was a pretty good one
Pass
there.
off! Leave the rest to me! What does it say? dinner. Yeah. Yeah. Right there. We performed our duty.
Not too
Wait till I
shabby.
get to
Oh, there's still another one.
I'm sorry, good fellow. I did not notice you. Allow me to correct that.
Hey, take that!
Now it's dead.
That's all! It's over! Level out everyone down!
At least they caught up relatively quickly. Oh. How odd. I wonder what this does.
Hmm? What are you muttering about over there?
Oh, forgive me. It's nothing serious. I've merely been inspecting the shipyard. All these sights and sounds are foreign to me. Artist Palace seemed very traditional in its design. Are you unfamiliar with machines? Yes, the purpose of these machines and tools is unknown to me. I can tell someone had to put a great deal of thought into their design now.
Ah, gotcha. It's always nice to step outside your comfort zone. That's how you expand your mind.
Are we supposed to take advice from someone who has the least amount of life experience?
Hey! Age is just a number. Besides, I've seen my fair share of newly built ships setting sail from the harbor before.
Oh, really? What was that like?
Well, it was like bam! Then the gate opened up and the ship groaned like a beast, like gah. Then it was like gah woo.
Wow, incredible. Did you get all that? This one's a light that never goes out.
Right? Heck, I even learned how to drive one a little. If you want, I could show you right here, Lily. You just gotta flip this switch, check the mirrors, and...
So what happens if you pull this lever?
Uh-huh. What happens again?
Oh no, the crane is swinging this way. That isn't good. Get out of the way, you two. Lily, Al, watch out.
Then they die. What?
Just in case they actually make us die. Great job, Sheena. Looks like you pushed them out of the way in the nick of time. Yes, I'm just happy they weren't seriously hurt. I think I might have pushed them too hard, though. Huh? They're not getting up. Maybe they slammed their heads. You two alright? Yeah, brother. Anime. We need anime. That. My body crashed into something. It tickles.
Lily, is that you on top of me? I can't see a thing, and you're heavy. Hurry up and get off me.
Al, wait a minute. I'll get out of your way, but don't move just yet. No, Lily, wait a minute. Before you get up, you need to fix your clothes. Huh? Hey, is there something I can help with? Did they get stuck somewhere? Hey, you can't come over here, Mr. Eninga. Don't look. What the? Why are you blindfolding me?
I can't move.
Are you okay? Sheena, let go of me. We have to do something. No, I mean, sure, the situation isn't ideal, but this isn't something you can help with. What does that mean? Nothing, anyway. Right here, got it. Just wait. Lily, hurry up and get off, Al. Forgive me, Sheena. I can't seem to stand without my clothes getting stuck.
Jeez Louise. I'm being smushed.
Sheena? Are you sure they're okay? Yeah, I guess I'll have to pull them apart. Well, that happened. It was just, it was a, if you forgot this was anime, here you go scene. So the back part is where we just were. We can't leave the area because this area is corrupted. We can't go that way because it's blocked off. So we'd have to either swim or somehow clear out the area. So that means we have to go through one of these ways. So, I ran into that. That is my fault.
Here I come!
I like how it showed her first, but we're doing this.
Hey, how's this?
I'm just trying to get rid of these bugs right away.
Bye-bye!
Get rid of some of that corruption.
My turn! All right. See? Hey! Ha! Top! Let's go!
I missed.
I did it.
I wish I had something a little bit bigger.
Time for liftoff! Oh! Here I
What?
come! Hey, how's this? Hey, take that!
Should get rid of a few
All
more
right, leave it
bugs.
to me.
My turn!
And then
Be
Summon.
gone, bug.
They won't go easy on you. I did it. Right there.
great. I can't really see, but
Al's turn.
wait, does it make corruptions if you use the summons? I don't remember seeing that on the lists. Can you combo attack with it, or does it just cancel the wall?
Hey,
I guess it just cancels the wall.
let's go.
I suppose that makes sense.
All right. Top. Toledo.
Yeah, that worked out.
We won. Attacking first!
Well, I guess this gives me an excuse to actually
Here I
level up my
come.
characters, right?
Hey, how's this?
Oh no, their hitboxes aren't big enough. I can't hit them. There. No, I found it. I found the magic pixel.
Yes!
Perfect.
Get out of here!
Magic pixel
Let's go.
found. Might
All
as
right.
well.
Out of here!
Just like Deacon St. John.
Oh good, it won't
Let me
go
fill my
easy on
water.
you.
Wow,
I
playing
did
the video game.
Yeah. Time for liftoff. Al's turn.
What are the chances that I can ricochet it back into Bina? It's probably easier just to do this.
Hey, how's this? Yeah.
Keep getting a lot of misses.
Bye-bye. Yes.
Well, I think they debuffed her.
Get out of here! Wait, rock! Getting strong, that's the stuff!
Oh yeah, she got the resurrection skill. She has resurrection also. They have resurrection, they don't have anything to cure ailments.
Thank you so much. What's this?
Storage key. Guess I need a different character to be able to open that.
What's this?
This looks like it's a dead end then. Okay, so we need to go up top.
Finders keepers. Here I come.
I will still try to keep attacking a few people, because
Hey, how's this? Take that.
I know it'll be good for getting level ups if I was that many levels behind from the last thing.
My turn.
It's the whole, like, yes, it is good that I am able to kill things at a
All right.
higher level, but if I'm that many levels behind by the game standards,
Home run.
probably make sure I'm not killed that good.
It won't go easy on you.
I'm like trying to throw the debuffs at me, jeez.
I didn't.
Can I get all three of those guys? No? I thought I'd be able to.
Yeah. Right there. Victory.
As long as you get the wall hit, you're pretty good.
Just wait till I get to you.
Do I knock them?
Hey, how's this? Take that.
This works.
Bye-bye. Let's go. All right. Hey, yeah. Got him. Delete it. The rest to me.
Good, I got a
I
few.
did it. Right there. We performed our duty. Well done.
I feel like things are going pretty well lately, all things considered. I'm trying to think. No, I said on the next one. There's gotta be something over here, right?
What's this? Yeah!
Well, that's unfortunate. I can't go that way, that means I have to find a different way around. Or it means I have to log out. Huh, is this actually, like, more serious now? We got a clock of what time it is. Arizona State has been threatened by frequent occurrence of livestock unnatural death located around 33rd panel north. They just say it's 20XX, but they don't say what actual day it is. Okay, well, let's try to talk.
What? Rin? I just got a message from Rin. Oh, finally. It's been impossible getting a hold of any other staff member besides Tokiwa.
Tokiwa. I always have a hard time remembering how to pronounce the names. Miss Rain Azukaza, our CEO's chief secretary and accounting executive. She's the sharpest person in our company. Since our CEO was out on an international business trip, she was handling all of our affairs in Japan. She has a gift at connecting with people, and had garnered the trust of our entire staff.
What's she doing awake this early? Let's see.
Probably, why did you ruin everything? Hello everyone, are you all safe? Until this incident calms down, I want all staff to refrain from coming to work. If you're ever approached for an interview in town, please decline to comment and exit the conversation as soon as possible. In regards to everyone's clock-ins, I'll be sure to adjust everyone's hours, so please do not worry. Individuals with project-based deadlines have been spoken to already, so do not fret. Best, Rin.
Oh, wow. Rin's stellar as usual. I can always depend on her. Sleeping on the sofa's doing a real number on my back.
I mean, it's better than getting attacked by people in bunny masks or whatever.
Drinking Night Owl's cold brew first thing in the morning is just what I need.
I'm flattered, but you gotta pay for the second cup, okay?
Of course.
Tokiwa, are you even listening?
Duh. So what? What's all this about cattle mutilation?
Forget about the cattle part. I'm talking about finding a newspaper. Basically, don't you find it strange that something from our world would materialize in the game?
I thought you put it in there. You're the programmer of World's Odyssey, after all.
There's no way I would have programmed anything that wasn't a part of the original design doc. Aside from the newspaper, we found a photo and a diary in there too. It's kind of creepy.
Well, it's simple. If you didn't place it in there, then someone else did. I have no clue why they would have, though. Besides, all of the data and assets for World's Odyssey are stored inside of servers located at Aggle Inc. Doesn't that seem like a red flag to you? Maybe they're the ones running the servers to engage with an internal experiment of some kind.
A pragmatic observation. I hadn't expected that from you.
What is that supposed to mean? Things get complicated when the occult's involved.
So, what do you make of these related strings of text? I've found similar messages in the photo and the diary that are fixing the bugs in-game. On top of it all, I can't seem to find any related information on the internet. What did Andrew call them before? I think he called them truth fragments?
Thunk. Did they really put that there? Both Tokiwa and Andrew jumped.
For fans of the occult, this totally hits the spot. Right, Anjo?
This truly is a mystery! A mystery!
To tell you the truth, I can't explain how or why this text causes the bugs to disappear, but given our predicament, anything is possible.
Tokiwa, you're the one who said that all of this must be some kind of occult business, right?
Man, you were such a stiff, Arida. Would it kill you to stretch your mind a bit and consider things from every angle?
Yes.
Mizunashi, didn't I explain it enough? The thing about truth fragments is, once you start uncovering them, you're asking for trouble.
I know.
It seems like you found a second. No! Could it be? Have you found a third?
Searching. Crap. Look! See? Cattle mutilation. Search results, 0 hits.
That is pretty weird. I could type that in on Google right now and find a bunch
You're
of stuff.
right. When I typed the terms into the search bar, I was able to find results without a problem.
Ah! No hits on my end either!
Oh,
Oh my gosh! Something this commonplace pulls up 0 hits?
yeah, that's...
I wonder if someone could be siphoning the information in these search yields from the global information database.
It has to be a government conspiracy. Only a secret society with significant influence could do this. Incredible. Just incredible!
Did Tokiwa happen to forget that someone from a secret society just tried to kill her? Is she okay?
Good, we didn't forget that.
However, if we can't do any research online, then how can we be expected to dig up any dirt from here on?
Fear not.
A library.
I've got a whole library of occult-related literature here.
Oh.
Go ahead, check it out.
Wow, you weren't kidding. Thank you.
Come to think of it, one of my regulars came in yesterday, making a whole fuss about how he had just seen a UFO. Then again, the stuff that comes out of my customers' mouths is usually all nonsense. Just a whole lot of crazy.
Yeah, but if it relates to the cattle mutilation thing...
If cattle mutilation is what you're into, then I recommend reading this book. This was a big deal in the 70s in America, which led to massive coverage about it in Japan. This particular topic is huge in the occult world. Corpses would be left with small incision wounds, but without a brain, eyes, or lungs. People began theorizing it was the work of an infrared attack.
I found it.
Huh? What's so special about this picture of dead livestock?
This was actually in the newspaper that I found in the game. I just noticed it now. Here, behind the cow's tuft of hair, there's a shadow. There are some symbols here.
How could you make out anything with such a pixelated photo?
Here's a magnifying glass.
Thanks.
Huh? I took the magnifying glass and tried writing down the letters that were little more than millimeter long onto a notepad. I include Woodstablib. I knew it. If I enter this string of letters into the coordinating lines of code, the bug should
You're
disappear.
right. What are these strings of letters? Maybe this is a code that lets you convert numbers to a header for Odyssey. What is going on?
This is where it gets creepy. I tried overriding the source code around Sheena's location. Sheena, I made some adjustments right now. Can you tell me if you noticed any changes?
Mr. Enigma, there was a huge sinkhole on the floor a second ago, but it's all plugged up now. Jeez, that scared me!
You're lying. I can't believe it.
I need you to believe it. Why else would I have shown it to you?
Man, I have no idea where this game is gonna go.
Sheena, I've been able to remove more bugs from the map, so keep your natural progression going.
Got it. Thank you!
Wow. You are amazing. We might really be able to save Sheena after all.
Not might. We will.
Anyways, since when have you started calling Sheena by her first name?
Huh? I hadn't noticed.
Oh, don't brush me off. You were so obvious. Right, Anjo? Anjo?
In a matter of minutes, Anjo came down from his cheerful mood, his face grew pale.
Is this something you should be doing? You're not just messing with the game world. It's like you're messing with the fabric of our world, too. Changing the world is a deed too grand for idle hands like ours. Oh, excuse me. What's gotten over me? What you just did now was so godly, I couldn't help but fear the worst.
Anjo?
Yo, Anjo. I dropped by for some breakfast.
Oh, welcome, Munakata. I've been expecting you. Please, take a seat wherever you'd like.
Okie dokie. Huh? Ho 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 ho!
Huh? Oh, Munakata!
Hey, Sumika! It's been a while. How's it hanging?
A long time. I've been better, but I'm good.
Oh, and Art is here too! What are you two doing here so early? Oh, what, are you dating?
No. What are you talking about? You're dumb.
Shit! Excuse me. I guess I jumped to conclusions. Sorry about that, Arda.
What? This guy hasn't changed one bit.
Uh-huh. Natsu Munakata. I remember when you were working on development for World Odyssey. You were still working as a programmer for Eggle at the time, answering any of our questions related to the Alice engine. Something about his mannerisms or how he speaks rubbed me the wrong way, so I was never really fond of him. From what I heard, he'd quit working at Eggle 6 months ago. Start a web counseling firm. I remember receiving an email about it too.
I heard about your guys' company. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You guys doing all right?
Not really. How dare they call us cyber terrorists? Where do they get off?
I was on the World's Odyssey project back when I worked at Aggle. When I heard the news, I could hardly believe it.
Funny that you mention Aggle. It sounds like they're up to something suspicious.
Huh?
What? Are you serious?
I mean, if he worked for it and went off like 6 months ago, I don't know if I would trust him. Dealing with him could be infuriating at times, but I knew that deep down he wasn't really a bad guy. So I went out on a limb and told him everything that happened thus far. Decided to ask him for his opinion.
So the World's Odyssey servers are active, huh? The Alice Engine project was archived immediately after development when the game was halted. The only way anyone could have reactivated the servers is if we had a signed contract with approval from the developers. To top it off, hearing that the game is basically unplayable with a glitched system database? That's insane!
I suspect Aggle has something to do with it. None of our team members intentionally made our contact information available to the public. Munakata, since you used to work at Aggle, do you have any contacts inside of the company still?
Sorry. As badly as I'd like to help you, my previous boss left the company and all of my subordinates were let go.
Oh.
Sadly, I've got no friends there anymore.
That sounds even more suspicious.
I see.
Oh, and hey, Coda. I don't know if you just, like, commented now or not, but I suppose if you're, like, watching on a phone or something, usually, Twitch can have problems on mobile devices, I feel like.
Hey, I saw the look in your eye just now. You're probably thinking to yourself, Munakata's useless, aren't you? Aren't you?
A little bit. I'm thinking that a little bit, Munakata. Just a little.
Hey, your expression drooped. You did think that, didn't you? Ugh.
Yes.
Give a guy a break.
These two have been in danger since last night. Here's your breakfast.
Thanks, boss. But danger? What kind of danger?
Occultists are trying to kill us.
A group of men wearing rabbit masks have been chasing us.
What?
They've been staking out near our homes, too, so we can't go back. That's why we've been hiding here.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Aren't you? Oh. You guys are dead serious.
Yeah.
All right then. why don't the two of you follow me to my office?
What?
Boss guy's got a cafe to run. You can't be hanging out here all day during business hours, right? You can't consult with the authorities, and there's a bunch of masked loonies after you. In that case, you can hide out in my office. There's plenty of room. I mean, my startup's about 6 months old. There's a bunch of desks and phones, but I have 0 employees. I've been posting on classifieds, but even after doing a round of interviews, I can't seem to hold on to a single person. So don't be shy. You're free to use my office as a base, and you can commute here too.
Oh, but
We've also got a gym in the basement floor, and there's a shower you can use.
We'll take it.
Hey! Oh, give me a sec though. Let me finish my breakfast.
Nom nom nom. Huh.
All right, let's get to it. Thanks for the breakfast, boss. Money's on the counter.
Are you sure? I don't mind if they stay here.
I'm sure. Seeing as how my former employer could be involved in their predicament, I feel somewhat responsible.
We'll just assume that they're not a bad person trying to kill us like all the other
Besides,
people.
if Agil is up to some shady business, then I'm not gonna let it slide.
I see. Sounds reasonable. Mizunashi, Tokiwa, feel free to stop by anytime, okay? All-nighters are welcome here.
Okay. Thanks, Sanjo.
I sincerely appreciate your kindness. That goes for both of you.
I'll be sure to gather as much information as I can, too. Be safe out there, guys. Tokiwa, we'll have another chat about the occult next time we meet. Take care, okay?
Okay.
Huh. Well, I guess we get a new pad now. I wonder if I go back if it'll actually change the area now. Yeah, it actually changed the area now. There used to be a giant wall right here. Anyways, what the game is about. Well, this girl, Sheena here, she is trapped in a video game right now, and the Arata guy that was in the real world is trying to help her get out of it because they don't know where her actual body is, and they think that she is trapped in some VR headset in some facility that some shady corporation is running. And this is a video game that this girl was trying to make, but now it's all glitchy and not finished and messed up, and like they have these weird like virus glitch things that are connected to their bodies that aren't supposed to be there, and they don't know why. And apparently, for some reason, this game is now connected to real-life events that relate to the occult stuff. For some reason, and we don't know why. And in the real world, the guy that's trying to help this girl is being attacked by people in rabbit masks that are trying to kill him and some of the other developers that worked on this game. So there's a lot going on. But it's pretty interesting also. Did I go this way? I did not go this way.
Attacking first!
Oh,
Here I come! Hurry! Look inside!
what is this one? Sun.
What is it?
Is the sun on this side?
Hey! How's this? Yeah! Go! My turn!
There's only two. This is a sun one, so...
All right. Hey! Home run!
Yes! Ah, I was hoping I'd get the triple.
It won't go easy on you.
What does it say?
You're a moon, right? That's a moon, that's a sun.
I did it.
Might as well hit both one.
I did it. Yeah! Huh. Time for liftoff!
I'll take the ones I can get.
Al's turn! Hey, how's this?
But yeah, when you're not trying to solve mysteries in the real world, you're supposed to be trying to play the video game as the girl, because right now they think the only way to get her out is to get to the very end of the game, because at the end of the game then you're supposed to be like force exited out of it. So we're playing the glitchy version of the game to try and make it to the end. So the normal gameplay for this section is, you know, turn-based RPG, and the in the visual novel section it's more like a mystery. Try to solve whatever puzzle thing they give you.
All right. Yeah! Yeah! Got him! What the? Let's go! I did it. Yeah! Yeah! Right there! Ow! Yeah!
Oh cool, I had a both.
We performed our duty. Here I come!
That hurt more than I thought. I don't think I can hit you that far, so I'm
Hey,
going to shoot
how's
this.
this? Yeah! Bye-bye! 1, 2,
Ready for battle!
leave it to me!
Finally.
Be gone, bug!
I won't go easy on you! I did it. Yeah! Right there! We performed our duty! Great work, everyone! Level up! Onward!
Yeah, that's a way to see it. If it glitches, it's obviously a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. The feature is bugs, because bugs are part of the game's story. It's all intentional.
What's this?
Also, the little girl's voice is not a little girl's voice, because I can't do a little girl's voice. Well, I guess I just use whatever voices I feel like, but yeah. Sheena, Lily, look! Over there. I've never seen a monster like that before. A frog and fish. Huh. My, looks rather small for a monster, doesn't it? Oh man, it's already been killed. Since I was the one to discover it, it should be named after me, right? Beats me. Mizushina, aren't these... Yeah, they look like dead frogs and blue gills. Even more evidence of the real world spilling over into this one. Uh-oh. Time to die. This one's probably the death one. Where we came from, the fish is eaten normally. We shouldn't have said anything. As soon as Al heard me say that, she scarfed down the fish. Then she contracted a major case of food poisoning and can barely move a limb. Is that how we're... Okay, that's pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that's kind of funny. Investigate. You got food poisoning and died. It was just a frog and fish on the ground. It's fine, right? Damn it. It's one thing after the next. What the hell's going on? There's no explanation. What kind of game has a random dead animal spawning from out of nowhere? None of these anomalies might have anything to do with the game, but maybe they're all connected somehow. Ah, damn it. Mizushina, calm down. No, right. My bad. Hey, you seem exhausted. Have you been resting enough? Lily's been expressing some concern about you. I'm fine. Taking time off here and there. There's no time to rest, though. I need to keep piecing all the facts together from what we know. Bear with me. I'll figure something out. I have to. Get it? Because Mr. Enigma's bear, and I said bear with me. And it was funny, what wasn't it? Mizushina. What is it? Just don't wear yourself too thin, okay? I mean, it's touching that you would work so hard for my sake, but... Please get some sleep, they say together. Is that what you wanted to say? Yes, exactly. Glad to see you haven't changed much in the past year. Huh? Really? Yep, technically you work under me, but here you are ordering me to get some sleep. Talk about cheeky. Well, thanks. No, thank you. He's breaking his back for someone on his team. Seems like he hasn't changed at all either. Frog and Fish Corpse obtained. Yay. Oh, how was that about?
This doesn't look good, huh? Wish! Al's turn! Hey, how's this? Take that!
Yes.
Bye-bye! Not yet! Danzo! My turn!
Oh.
Alright.
Well, anyways, now that I'm not looking at dead frogs and fish, how you doing, Coda?
Out of here! Blast off! I won't lose hope.
You might want to lose hope because you're dying.
I didn't. Damn!
Lily, are you okay?
Hey, how's this?
Knock him.
Yeah! Take that! Bye-bye! One more time!
Ow. I was hoping to get the ricochet off the wall.
My turn!
I mean, I guess you're just kind of slammed right in here.
Identifying enemies' weak points.
That is Moon. Did I have anything for Moon? No, I don't. Oh, no, I have one. I have one.
All right.
That is all.
Light. Shine.
That one's more of an AoE, so it doesn't really work that well.
Lose hope. I did it.
But I can do this.
Yeah. Time for liftoff. Anytime.
Lily,
Here I
are you
come.
okay?
Where is person? There. Well, I hope the chores are going well so far then.
Hey, how's this?
Getting these angles right.
Go!
I don't know how my day has been. It's been a day.
Let's go.
Thinking to myself, how is my day actually going?
Identifying enemies' weak points.
This will kill.
All right. Hey-ya! Hey!
I feel like I didn't do a lot. I talked to some people,
Blast
and
off.
I laid in the grass
Oh,
outside in the sun for a while.
on.
For no real reason, I just kind of did it. I wrote a little bit. How's everything going?
Whoa! Again with the random appearances.
Man, you just don't know how to keep it down, do you? You should be used to it by now.
Can't help it. You're the one who insists on magically appearing with no warning.
So, how goes it? Nothing much. I see. Well, I've got some news. The further you progress, the worse kind of bugs you'll encounter. You'll encounter will be. Mizushina, does that include, that thing Al was talking about? I would assume so. The root of the corruption that turned the hardest palace into a vile dungeon filled with bugs is the Entoma Queen. What kind of monster is capable of spreading this much havoc? The coding blew me away. I don't even remember programming it. I can go the rest of my life without seeing anything like that again. Does this scare you? Of course it does. I'm not sure how to express this, but I feel like whatever it is, it's in communion with some other world. It's something that we should never have come in contact with. There's also that vision I had after my buggy ate that shining crystal. Are those really my memories? I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. Don't apologize. I understand where you're coming from. Things are not all doom and gloom right now. It's just a smidge of progress, but I'll take it. Each time you defeat a martyr, the buggy eats the parasite, right? Because of that, the bugs from the map are beginning to clear. Really? Yup, let's keep it up and move forward with our plan to destroy the Entoma and restore order to the world. 2. 2 is in also. If the disappearance of Al's parents can be attributed to the bugs, then maybe we'll be able to save them. You're right. We must push forward for Al.
Or at least pretend to. For like 5 minutes. Spider web.
Here I go! Just wait till I get to you.
Well, my flowers have been doing pretty well, so I just sort of like went outside to check on my flowers and water them, and then I just sort of decided to just lay in the grass. It can be nice to do, watch some clouds go by. Stare at the sun with my blind eye because it doesn't bother me that much. I don't stare directly at the sun, I'm not that dumb.
Hey, how's this? Bring it to pieces!
I guess they really want you to ricochet those
Let's go.
ones. Seem to get hurt more. I should probably just kill this one first because they're most annoying.
All right. Home run! Let's go.
Just always.
Dan,
That was a good
Ready
one.
for battle!
we did it! Ow!
Ow. That killed her instantly.
Lily, are you okay?
Why did that kill her instantly?
Hey, how's this? Yeah. Bye-bye. Let's go. Powering up. All right. Yeah. See?
Well, that one's dead.
Up. Took you down.
Lily,
Wait
are
till
you
I
okay?
get to you. What is it? Hey, how's this? That all you got? My turn.
Well, I haven't used this yet. Where is it? Can I use it twice? I can, but it would be pointless. It's only my own HP, so that would be pointless. I don't think I have any long-range attacks. I guess
All
I'm
right.
guard.
Hope this helps. Time to start anew.
Oh, cool, it healed up early. The poison stays on when you resurrect
turn.
them? That kind of sucks.
Hey, how's this? My turn.
Hey, the snail isn't that hard. It just happened to... Well, I guess it's hard for Lily. She's supposed to be like the long-ranged healer type. So, she kind of wants to, like, not get attacked.
All right.
And,
Hey,
I mean, the snail also did like 400 damage to her, but...
it's over.
Yeah.
Oh,
She only has like 400 HP
let
right now.
everyone down.
Almost 500. Actually, I should probably just use this.
Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, we're gonna have to go up one more.
Yeah!
Lunar, over here? No, this is a different ship. Treasure chest.
Yeah!
More important.
What's this?
Oh, that was a new weapon for it.
Attacking
Ow.
first! Here I come!
I'll just
Hey,
bounce
how's
him.
this?
Bounce City.
Bring it in! Yeah! Let's go! Scanning.
You are... Should probably do more damage to you, actually.
Identifying enemies' weak points.
Some... Let's remove field bugs.
All
Yeah,
right.
do this.
Hey!
That is some
Outta
pretty
here.
good damage.
Leave the rest to me. Go through me. I did it. Yeah. How's this? All good.
Man, they really like to hit her.
Here I
Except
come.
she always dodges. Dodges like every time. Yeah, why not?
You should have stayed home. Hey, how's this? Go.
Stop.
Give it to me.
Ready
My
for
turn.
battle!
Scanning.
How much health? Pretty low.
Shooting installed! Give him hell!
Locked and loaded. Pew pew. Deleted. The rest to me.
Okay, that was kind of anticlimactic. Pew pew. Dies immediately. I guess it works.
Time for liftoff. It don't feel too hot.
All right,
Wait
keep
till I
going!
get to you.
That all feels like Super Smash Bros. Just like how people can bounce off each other, or how they have like set combos. I mean, they do have set combos, so I guess that's kind of similar.
Bring it to pieces! Danzo! It's over! Have I gotten stronger?
Where'd that go? Okay. Actually, what way can I go here? That would just let me go back. Pretty sure I want to go this way though for now. What? Real world. We can't progress. They gave us the real world thingy. Wait, what? Corpse here, a corpse there. Everywhere you look, a dead corpse. A dead fish, a dead frog. A non-native species was introduced to disrupt the ecosystem, and all the fishes had washed up on the shore. Piles and piles of fish corpses. Dead frogs had flooded the roads. Most of them were run over by cars or stomped by pedestrians, leaving the roads a giant, rancid mess. Once the rot began, the flies swarmed in, along with the maggots, their endless cycle of waste. There were dead cows with eyes that bulged out of their skulls, festering with maggots, sheep with brains that were leaking from their ears. Lives come, lives go. They return, they disappear. Everything is pointless. Nothing is for a reason. Corpse, 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 corpse. Death, death, death. I'm going to die. Death, death. A beautiful death. A pardon by rot. Time stops, and the body is frayed. The sweet taste of death, the corrosive power of beauty. Rot, melt, flay, and release. I am the god of death. Oh, it was all a dream. Was I dreaming or not? Can't remember why do I feel so glum. Maybe it's because I spent all night doing research on images of dead fish and frogs. You know, normal things. That's what everyone looks up, right? I remember Al finding a dead frog and a dead fish inside of the World's Odyssey map. These are all keys to solving the mystery of whatever's happening inside that game. The hints were in the truth fragments, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't find more information. Unlike the previous instances, where I had a photo, an address, or keywords, this particular cryptid was too vague to search on its own. I was researching the end of my rope, but I knew that Tokoa had also begun showing signs of fatigue. Good morning. Good morning. Where's Munakata? Beats me. By the time I woke up, he was gone. Hey, Arda. There's something here. No, seems to be a message. Dear Arda, Sumika, welcome to Summer Life. You're free to use Splendorous rooms as bastion of innovation discovery. His office is your oyster. Feel free to use the gas, water, electricity, PCs, TVs, and showers as often as you like. You can use the spare key I gave you yesterday. Come and go as you please. I do apologize that there's only one for the two of you, though. As for me, I'll be in the sales meeting today, so I'll try and come back as soon as possible. By the way, just because you're alone doesn't mean you two can get all lovey-dovey. Bess Natsu, CEO of Summer Life Inc. I wonder why he felt the need sign off with a CEO job title. Doesn't the name Natsu mean summer life? Could he name his company after himself? Why don't we head to the cafe for a cup of coffee? Sure thing. My direct deposit just hit, so got a little change to spend. Trying to explain, but the physical feeling that you get with the impact of the hits. Oh, yeah. I guess, like, the sound effect for the hits is similar to, like, Smash Bros. Or Melee. That's definitely true. I think with the sound design and the impact, how they manage the impact of the hits, I can get what you mean with that. Yeah, Old MacDonald had a corpse. A corpse. The dialogue is certainly interesting, huh? Good morning, Anjo. Anjo? Huh? What is he doing in the back seat?
This is, whatever. Things been so wonky having to process all of this data and upload my findings have been a pain in the butt.
Anjo?
But how can someone, I mean, they're not cows or horses for sure. But if all this is true...
Anjo!
What? You scared me.
Who scared you? What's going on? You've got your nose buried in your computer. You didn't even notice us.
Oh, Tokawa. Mizushina, welcome. Sorry about that. I just got my hands on some of the latest occult info, and I got carried away.
Occult intel? Oh, what is it? What is it? Anjo showed me an occult news site from his tablet. Tiwana.org, which supposedly was one of Japan's biggest user-aggregated content sites. Naturally, it attracted a legion of occult followers.
Yo, Mizushina, you were trying to look up info on cannibal mutilation yesterday, right?
Yes, I was. Why do you ask?
I'm not sure if this is a coincidence or just perfect timing, but this happened last night. But you're not gonna believe it. Someone discovered a mutilated human body, and it's been causing massive waves online. Also, it happened in Japan of all places. Someone whose eyes and brains had been forcibly removed came tumbling from atop a Cosmo tree.
What? You're joking, right? How do you know this isn't some kind of hoax or something?
This is no hoax. It made national headlines. In the occult community, Cosmo trees are often regarded as dimensional vortexes linking our world to others.
No way. You've got to be lying. It's true, haven't you heard? On that spot in particular, there's been numerous reports of UFO sightings. Plenty of folks have taken photos of them right by that tree. I would have rather not known.
Well, because of this strange tragedy occurred near a well-known landmark, I think that people are trying to connect the dots.
Even so, don't you think it's all inappropriate? I mean, they're really clutching at straws. It sounds more like an accident than a conspiracy.
Nah, but here's the rub. Listen to this. The police aren't bothering with an investigation, nor are they releasing any details. They simply rule it as an accidental suicide. However, someone that just so happened to be in the vicinity took footage of the incident. Whoever it was posted the video on some video host called Voom.
Oh no, they put it on Vemu. They put it on Vemu. They're gonna have a top 10. Oh wait, no, that's Watch Mojo. Or is it No, I think they do put it on there anyway. It's fine.
Any chance either of you want to watch it? It's pretty gruesome, so then it'll be taken down sooner rather than later.
What? I don't know if I could stomach that. Well, obviously, no sane person would want to watch someone plunge to their death. But given what we're currently in, dire situation with everything to lose, we have to. I'll watch it, begrudgingly. Please put it on. What? You'll watch it? Then I guess I will too.
Okay. So here it goes.
They're not actually gonna, like, put it on, right? This is just gonna be a descriptor, right? Oh, we're getting one of these. Yay! Look at the Cosmo tree. We finally in Tokyo.
It's too dark. I can't see anything.
Look at all the lights, silly. Can you record with what top the tree looks like? There, the top.
Oh, yep. I'm getting it all on camera.
Wow, the lighting is just as gorgeous as they said it'd be. Yamada, aren't you glad we came?
Oh, what's that? Hey, is that person up there?
What?
The sky, look, it's a person, he's falling.
What? Splat.
Whoa!
That's a funny way to write that. They just... over there. We should call an ambulance. Like, totally.
Don't be stupid, he's already dead. No way he survived that fall, huh? What's that?
Hey, oh, why the hell are you recording for? Are you crazy? You can't get this on footage.
Well, look at that corpse, there's something off about it. Look, the eyes... its eyes, they're missing. I'll just zoom in.
Yeah, this is totally going to get us, like, a ton of views. No. Just interesting reactions all around. The way that was written, I can't keep a straight face. What was that?
It was in the middle of the night, so the images are obscured a bit. The truth is yet to be determined. But it seems a little far-fetched to be just a simple suicide if the victim's eyes were gouged out, don't you think? Various news agencies throughout the world tried reaching out to whoever uploaded this vid. But no one can get a hold of him. He's missing. According to rumors, they're thinking that whoever posted it might not be the same person who captured the footage. Because, for whatever reason, the location of the video is posted appears to be Beijing.
It doesn't make any sense. I can't keep up with all this. What's going on in Japan? No, what's going on in the world right now?
Getting to the bottom of whatever's causing these absurd events means recognizing the consequences of the butterfly effect.
The butterfly effect?
In the past few days alone, crazy events have been occurring left and right, without any rhyme or reason.
Don't tell me that we're looking into is somehow connected to these tragedies.
It might be, it might not be. The reason that I bring it up is fate has a way of making things happen in ways we can't explain. For example, take that bottle cap that's on the floor right there. Okay, picking it up, you can set off a chain reaction that, 10 years from now, could result in you beating cancer. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Most people can't grapple with the idea of fate. The world works in mysterious ways. No, oops, sorry. Where are my manners? I forgot to serve you. Is coffee alright, you two?
Yes, please. I mean, we just watched a video where someone died on a tree, but yeah, coffee does fine. Oh man, I'm starting to feel a little sleepy. Hey Anjo, would you mind putting a lot of sugar in my cup?
You got it.
He returned to the counter and began brewing a fresh pop. His perspectives were a bit far-fetched, but it wasn't the most outlandish thing I've heard, especially given what we've seen so far. You could tell Tokiwa was at her wit's end, though.
Anyhow, I've heard the dead fish and frogs falling from the sky, but never anything about humans.
Huh? Wait, Anjo, what did you just say?
What, about dead fish and frogs falling from the sky? Does that pique your interest? Yes, please tell me more. It's a phenomenon known as far-front skies, raining animals. It's been well documented since way back during the Edo period. Far-front skies. Aside from fishes and frogs, there's also been recorded instances of things like animal blood or fur raining down. Far-front skies, a cryptologist's term that's been used to describe strains perception of animals and everything in between. It doesn't look like there's ever been recorded instance of a human falling from the sky prior to this, though. Why'd you ask, though? I was doing some digging in regards to something I found in World's Odyssey, and it mentioned the exact thing you're talking about. I see. I've been trying my best to gather any clues about what it could mean, but there's not much to work with. It's been hard. First, cattle mutilation, and now far-front skies. I'm gonna step out for a moment. Huh? But your coffee's ready. No, I'll take it to go. Yikes, it's hot. Oh great, we get more corpses. What, you don't see it? An eyeless corpse and go, I mean, I don't do that usually, but I mean, like, I wouldn't do like, wow, I'm gonna zoom in really quick. Like, I wouldn't do that. I feel like, but you know, to each their own. Anyways, reading. Corpse, 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 corpse. A beautiful death, aparted by rot. Time stops and the body is frayed. There it is. I had a feeling it'd be here, oh man. Far-front skies. It was here that a new truth fragment had been found. Underneath the Cosmo tree, dazzling behind a web of police tape labeled "Do Not Enter." Cracked on the streets of a crime scene was a pothole containing a hidden string of letters. Perhaps Anjo was onto something. Perhaps fate was sending us a message. A string of letters. Could someone be trying to reach out to us? Suddenly, I was frightened by a chilling sense that I was being watched. After looking over my shoulder, I gazed up towards the sky. Oh, might have to die really quick. Oh, okay, that was weird. They didn't tell us to go anywhere else, so I guess we'll just go back really quick. That seemed normal to me. What could possibly go wrong? I'm pretty sure I added a few corpses. I'm not sure. I mean, that was like 1, 2, 3, 4. That was like 12 altogether, right? How many times did it say? If I said it 12 times, then it was right.
I can't miss this chance. Just wait till I get to you.
Pretty sure it was 4 corpses on each line, right?
Hey, how's this?
Something like that. Yeah, like
My turn.
I wonder if Al has weird provocative transformation with enough corruption. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that part. When you get corrupted enough, then the girl gets a provocative transformation scene where she turns into like a sadist that's wearing very little clothing. That's a thing. That's a feature in the game.
All right. Hey. Yeah.
I'll get rid of some of these.
Deleted. The rest to me.
wonder if I could actually push this back enough.
I did it. How's this?
Very cool, I actually got the double.
It's over for now.
I like never took a double. Ow.
Ow! Just wait till I get to you.
Oh, well that answered my question. Oh, it seems like Al just becomes very sad instead of turning into a sadist. That's depressing. Don't be sad.
Done. Oh! Go away! Leave it to me! My turn! All right.
I haven't seen Lily's transformation though. I kind of wanted to for research purposes.
Ready for
We'll go
battle!
easy on you.
No, transformations in these types of games are just usually neat. But
Time for liftoff. Now! We did it! Well done! Pretty cool, huh?
oh yeah, I got a new weapon for Lily. I mean, Al. That is a lot better.
Check this out! Perfect fit!
That's fine for now. Should help out a little bit. What's our next flag? Is it just during the transformation, or do they get more provocative with each transformation? They only have the one transformation, and it's when they get corrupted enough. Well, actually, I guess I don't know if they have more transformations, but so far they only have the one. They just get the weird revealing clothing, which I guess is technically just the virus gets like around their bodies more, and it deletes their normal clothing, I suppose is the best way to say that. And their personality seems to change when they go into that transformation. Where, Sheena seems like she's like the like always good girl. I guess it flips her into a sadist chick that loves pain or something. And I guess for the happy-go-lucky Al character, they turn into a depressed girl. Makes me wonder what Lily's personality would shift to then, since she's supposed to be like the royalty, somewhat normal person. I wonder if she would be characterized as the somewhat normal person. I don't know what I would characterize her as. What was that sound? It sounded like wings buzzing. Maybe a fly whizzed past your ear or something.
You can't walk 2 feet around here without hearing flies. Do you not like them, Sheena?
I wouldn't say that I hate them, but they certainly aren't my favorite.
Don't worry, I'm not afraid of insects. If they buzz in our way, I'll just squash them. That's a... What?
Now see, this is the actual time that someone would say wah if that was behind you.
What? What is that thing? Is that a No, that's a giant eyeball.
That thing is... Ew, it's so gross. Goodness. Even the way its wings beat makes my hair stand.
Yeah.
Al, why are you so freaked out? Weren't you the one who just said you would squash any insects we came across?
That's no insects, it's an eyeball, a crimson ball of gunk, yucky.
Mizushina, this doesn't resemble what we saw at Curtis Palace. Do you think it's still one of the Antoma Queens?
There's no way for us to know for sure, but we can't rule any possibilities out. Guess we'll just have to defeat it to find out, huh? And what's the matter? I was just scanning the source code for abnormalities, and I found something big. Maybe. Well, if you've clued into something, you should let the rest of us know. You remember how we observed the buggies eating those parasite crystals after toppling the martyrs? It is just a theory, but if we feed a buggy one of those crystals inside the Entoma Queen, maybe it'll remove the Entoma from the world for good. There's a huge chance that the distorted areas inside the shipyard will return to normal. Really? I'm sure as heck gonna take your word for it. Well, like I said, it's just a theory. There's no guarantee, but it's worth a shot. What? Our first and most pressing issue is dealing with the sheer size of this thing. It's massive. You'll have to keep an eye out, no pun intended, for its aerial attacks. Given that it has a bunch of eyeballs, it has no blind spots. What? Then how are we supposed to fight it? Be quick on your toes and hit it when it least expects it. The choice is yours. That doesn't help. Either way, I'm here to back you up. Good luck. It's glaring back at us. I think I'm gonna hurl. Sheena, the Entoma Queen is bracing itself to attack. I'm keeping faith in you, Sheena. No, I'm keeping my faith in everyone. Lily, Al, lend me your hands. Oh, okay, boss battle time, I guess.
Here I come!
Well, don't be sad, be a sadist in this situation might be better, but...
You should stay home! Hey, how's this?
Actually, what type is it?
What is it?
It is a moon type. It has 100% corruption right now. Oh wait, it's Al's HP. I didn't realize it was Al's HP. I thought it was all enemies' HP. For some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I'll just attack it for now.
Hey,
I don't know how far I can push it back, so I guess I'll test that first.
bye-bye!
Okay, I can push it back a decent amount. Ow.
My turn! Scanning.
It has almost 30,000 health. Those are the bad ones, so...
Alright. Home run!
I'll see what I can do.
Might be a good idea to summon right away. Doesn't really let you turn the camera very much for this, does it?
Here I come!
Its bite attack actually did a good amount of damage. I'm not sure if I can bounce it or not. You don't have any sun ones either. I might want to heal Sheena though. Well, I guess I can heal with her.
Hey, how's this? Take that!
Lily hasn't attacked yet.
One more time!
I'll see what I can do.
Let's go!
Okay, good. I was worried that was going to kill Lily immediately. Man, Lily's speed must suck. She hasn't gone like enough. What do I want to do here?
Scanning.
We've barely done like any damage to it. I'm gonna need to up my attack.
right. Powering up.
Oh, cool.
Home run!
Good time to learn that.
All right, leave it to me.
Let's go.
Did over 1,000. I wonder if I can line this up right. Move first next turn allows you to evade enemies' attacks.
I did it. I've got you. It's a punch. Focusing
Yeah, this is
on
cool.
you. It's a punch. It's going to be okay. It's a punch.
I mean, it's a boss battle. The music's supposed to be a little hard, right?
Al's turn.
Let's see. Should probably just keep trying to bounce it off Sheena.
Hey, how's this? Take that. Hey, take that.
All right, leave it to me.
I wonder if I can use multiple battle jacks at the same time. Oh good, it's only attacking the summon. That's actually good. I don't know if I can get between this sandwich. My giant centipede monster versus big bug thing. Who win?
All right.
Can I hit it at this? I don't think I can. Centipede monster, can you just move over a little bit? Just like a little. Well, I guess I'll try this.
Shooting installed. Give him hell.
Locked and loaded. Pew pew. Bullseye. Let's go.
Oh, that did a lot of
What
damage
does
at
it
least.
say?
Oh, we got it down to like half health. Respawn bugs though. She doesn't have any buffs, does she? Not really.
I did it. Yeah. Right there.
All
Here
right,
I
keep
come.
going.
At least it has a giant body.
Hey, how's this? Take that. Break it to pieces.
Oh, that doesn't make
Leave it to me.
disappointing.
All right.
Running out of SP. It's
All right. Yeah. Hey. Home run.
oh, you're like right next to it.
Ow.
That
It
super
won't go
attack
easy on you.
or something.
I did it. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Al's turn. Hey, how's this?
Give it right angle.
Go. Take that.
Oh wow, that
My
missed.
turn.
That kind of sucks. Yeah, may as well just send him back into Al. What was the new skill I got? This one. Slash into enemies and magic, affected by some attribute. Okay, let's just the upgrade to that.
All right. See? Hey! Out of here! Let's
He's gonna
go.
attack a Lily. She'll die. And you can't really do anything else, so. Oh wait, that was the wrong one, wasn't it?
Let me know.
Oops. It's also the wrong one.
I did it. It's going to be okay. It's a bunch. I've got you. It's a bunch. Focusing on you. It's a bunch. Just wait till I get to you. Hey, how's this? Go! One more time. Leave it to me.
It's against the wall. I could get more bugs to
Cannon.
kill. Almost dead though, only 7,000.
All right. Identifying
yeah.
enemies' weak points.
I don't have enough SP though.
Ready for battle!
Yeah, that should help.
All right. Top. Now. I am this.
Ah, she got it.
Let's go.
I actually got the triple for once.
Be gone,
Find me
bug!
my friend again.
Not too shabby out there.
Here I come. Hey, how's this?
Almost dead.
Go. Take that.
Sure takes some time.
The rest to me.
Actually, she's pretty hurt.
I did it.
That was the wrong move.
Time for liftoff.
Oops.
Leave it to me.
I'll see what I can do.
Where am I going?
Identifying
I
enemies'
should
weak
almost
points.
be dead. Yeah, I can kill him this move.
All right. Yeah. Ah! Am I a genius or what?
Yeah, cool.
Got him.
And dead.
Delete it.
Boss battle complete.
We won.
And everyone actually stayed alive this time.
All right. Go work harder.
He's got him caught up in levels. We did it, Sheena. That we did. A hard-fought victory.
Ugh. Look how its chunks are scattered all over the place. Everywhere I step, there's some eye goo. Yuck.
Well, sometimes those thoughts are better kept to yourself.
Huh? But why?
Because it's not the most pleasant image to focus on, you know. I'd rather soon forget.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're right. I'll be more mindful next time. Well, it moved just now. Isn't it dead yet?
It's okay, Al. The deed is done. It won't fight back. Yo, great job, ladies. Seriously.
Enigma. Where have you been this whole time? Kinda left us out to dry, don't you think?
Don't be stupid. I'm not capable of fighting in battle with this skin the same way you are.
What do you mean, this skin? Why do you always talk in riddles?
No, I haven't told you that, huh? Enigma is kind of like a puppet, one that I can control remotely.
Remote? Are you some kind of mage that can conjure and control Enigma from the shadows?
Something like that. It's better if you just imagine it
it as me being inside the suit. That doesn't excuse you from putting it in the hard work in battle. Well, you see, Mr. Menga boards us from the back line, then he can help us strategize in real time for better chance at victory. Really? Yes, really. In fact, I think Sheena's made mention of it before. You should show a little more appreciation, you know. Quit while you're ahead, little guy. Hey, look over there. Is that the crystal? Looks like the one we found last time. Which means... Bagoo. Whoa, what's going on? Mr. Aninga, the buggy is... Watch closely. My theory proves correct. Once the bug eats the crystal, then all the bugs in the dungeon will vanish entirely. Which, if all goes as planned, Sheena's memory could also piece together. Bagoo! Bagoo. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, where are you going? Wait. Lily's and Al's buggies are reacting too. Just as I hypothesized, they feed on the crystals as well, so... Feed, Sheena? Sheena? Sheena, hey, are you alright? Listen. This again. This feeling. White. Piggy. Gui.
Please. No more. We are all forsaken. Forgive me. It's all my fault. No. This pain is nothing compared to what she's feeling. I must hurry and fight. Wait for me.
It? That's not ominous. Huh. Sheena. Where... You hanging in there? Your eyes were open, but you're totally unresponsive. Oh jeez. That's embarrassing. Yikes, I'm even drooling. Who cares? What matters is, how are you? Did you enter a lucid state again? Yes, I experienced another strange, visceral dream, but I couldn't really grasp onto any details. I knew it. Have any of your memories been restored? It certainly felt familiar, but I can't quite place from where or when it came from. So the consumption of the crystals by the buggies result not only in restoration of the larger world, but of your memories too. I wonder how that works. What are you two gabbling about? Gabbing about? Sheena, what does he mean about your memories? Well, I believe it's time for us to open up to them about what's been going on with you for the past year. You're right, Al. There's no easy way to say this, but I've suffered the loss of my memories from the past year. Huh? What do you mean you lost them? Like amnesia? Yeah. What? I'm so sorry to hear this. I had no idea. Here I was nagging you with all these questions. Don't worry about it. I never bothered to mention it, so it's not your fault, Lily. Besides, the loss of memories only encompasses the past year. Lately, though, they've been glimmers of hope. Honestly, any memory I have of the real world feels foreign and distant to the experience I made here. Though I can't explain any of the reasoning behind it, whenever my buggy eats one of those crystals, some of my memories are returned. What?
What effects does this crystal have on you, Sheena? I have no idea. All I know for sure is when this little guy scarfs it down, my mind goes blank until a teeny bit of my memories come back to me. However, we're still blind to the correlation between your memories and those crystals. Our hypothesis has been tested on too small sample size to draw any meaningful conclusion. Nothing concrete can be established. There's no telling what these bugs are capable of, nor from whence they came. You're right. If only we could meet someone knowledgeable about the trouble brewing here.
What?
What the hell, Al? You can't just shirk out of the blue like that.
Because no one's bothering to explain any of what's going on to me. It's unfair. I deserve to know, too.
What is there to explain? I just stated that we still don't have enough information. There's no prior evidence of these buggies or Intoma Queen and its crystals to explain what's happening. We're in the dark, too.
So you call this thing a buggy, right?
Yes, Sal. Did yours come out of those Intoma legs on your body?
Yep, I tried swatting away, but they stuck to me. At first I panicked, but then I realized that it helped me fight martyrs, and I got over it.
It's true they serve some kind of utility in battle. It's true. This one has saved my skin more times than I can count. Wait. We don't know for sure if we can trust these things as our allies yet. Don't get too attached, got it?
Not sure if they're our allies. What makes you say that?
Can't you see? Bugs, or Intomas as you know them, are cursed. That's a fact, no matter how cute they look on the outside. For some mysterious reason, you lot can control and manipulate whatever these manifestations of the curse are. However, normally those with Intoma latched onto their bodies either turn into madness or are viciously eaten, right? Besides, you might possess control of it now, but there's no telling if or when the buggy could betray you by making you its next meal. Point well made. After all, my father became consumed by the Intoma too. Sorry about that, Lily. Don't be. There was nothing anyone could have done. Well, with that said, our ultimate goal is to help Sheena regain all of her memories. I appreciate you for finally opening up to us about the truth. I was aware of what kind of predicament the two of you have been in. Unaware. I'm sorry I didn't mention it. I'm sorry I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I feared that as a result it would have been like I was using you guys for my sake. Not at all. I was the one who requested to accompany you.
Yeah, same goes here. Sheena and Lily, I don't know where I'd be without you two.
See? Don't let this bother you, okay? I, too, am indebted to the aid you gave me. We share a common goal in wishing to rid the world of the stain of the Intoma. If you think you're afraid of feeling like you're using us to satisfy some ulterior motive, then it goes both ways. More than anything, I wish to help you on your journey. We become fast friends, after all. Aw, thanks, silly. I'll too. In case we've left no stone unturned in the shipyard, but there's still no sign of Al's parents, is there?
We've looked everywhere that I could think of, but they didn't leave a trace. If they're not here, that's all there is to it. We'll just have to keep our search going.
Surprised you're so cheery. Are you upset that we couldn't find them?
Nope, so long as we find them.
Well, Sheena, there's something off with Al, huh? Yeah, I'm not buying it. A normal response to not finding her parents would be sorrow or grief, but she's experiencing neither. Is it possible that she lacks those emotions? I don't remember programming A's personality like that.
The Alice engine functions by calling upon an entire database of pre-programmed responses to simulate real conversation. It could be a bug.
A bug that alters the flow of natural emotion, huh? In any case, I hope we can locate Al's parents soon.
They were shipyard workers that were the same crest as the one on Al's pants, right? I'll make sure to remember. Al, if you're in pain, you don't have to hold back. That's right, Al. We're waiting for you to find your parents soon.
What are you even talking about? Seriously, I'm fine. Don't kill me, Al the Adventurer, for nothing. With that said, will you let me continue following you guys?
Huh? Oh, I guess so. Just promise me you won't act recklessly in times of danger.
Got it. Alright, Sheena, Lily. And Enigma, I guess. I'm happy to be part of the team.
What do you mean, you guess, you bastard?
Thankfully, you might be all cute and fuzzy, but that won't stop me from putting you in your place.
Right back at you. It seems like the two of you really hit it off. You think so? Huh. I guess that would explain why when they get corrupted... Wait, maybe they don't get corrupted though? What if they just act like they really are? When she gets into her air quotation corrupted state, she becomes really sad, and this girl becomes like a weird sadist masochist combination or something. What if she's just really like that? What if she's like that in real life? She's just a pervert.
Hello, Enigma. Is there something I've been meaning to tell you?
What is it?
As you know, I have made a name for myself as a merchant, but recently rumors of swindlers posing as peddlers have caught my ear. Given the dire social climate, I suppose that is natural for people in desperate circumstances to work as bandits to attack hapless travelers. Please be cautious, okay? Martyrs aren't the only thing you need to be afraid of.
Huh. It seems like Al inside World Odyssey is evolving. AI, not Al. NPCs are adapting to social institution as they would in real life. Art imitates life, after all.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing. I appreciate the warning. You be careful, too. I'm guessing that's probably for some death end that we'll meet. Some way we can go die again. Red Fang Drive. Oh. Is that a key? That is a key.
What's going on here?
Oh, it's not a key. It's lower the water level.
What's this?
Did not see that one coming. Well, curious where this goes. We don't have any exclamation points in these areas. That's it, better not have got myself stuck. Can't jump over there. Yeah, I can't do that. They let you walk on this, though. It looks like these might be able to go together. There's another key thing there, so that might make these connect together. Looks like that might be an area for later. We want the water level down for now. Oh, the corruption over there is gone, so we could exit that way. We did kill the Intoma Queen here, so we might just want to leave.
No, just like jump off. No. That'd be too easy. Please let me jump off. But yeah, this area was blocked off before. Be an item or something down here. I don't know what else it'd be for. What is this for? Now I actually don't know what it even is. Is it just to walk up here? That wouldn't make sense. Oh. Well, where does it go?
Hey, Al. Are there any other people like you or your parents who are half human and half beast?
I like how you said that word. That was funny. Masochist? Do I say it wrong? I pronounce some things weirdly. Well, actually, when I was saying it quickly, I might have slurred it or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it right? It's Masochist, right? Mouse-ochist? Or am I pronouncing too much on the O? Mass-ochist? Masochist. I don't know. That sounds weirder. I guess I haven't really heard the word pronounced that many times, though. I've actually heard anyone else say the word aloud. I've read the word a lot.
Not that I know of. In fact, I think my species is endangered nowadays. Oh, hey, Al. Don't run. It's dangerous. Uh-huh? Did I step on something just now?
Might die soon. Oh, never mind. We have another girl to add to our party.
Whoa! Nice going, you brat! Next time, watch your step! You smashed my contact lens!
What? What's going on? Al, what's the matter? This jerk over here is trying to pick a fight with me! Huh? This person has a buggy too.
Ignore the merchant deal with anything. Which one would get us killed? I usually like to pick the one that gets us killed, so we can like cross it off the list. I don't know, usually it's the first one that gets you killed. Ignore them. I always found it best to ignore troublesome people. It was my one guiding principles. I guess some people are troublesome enough that such rules or principles don't apply to them. The peddler insisted that she'd give us a good discount. It would nearly put her out of business right before she began firing at us. Forewarning, heard that her reckless shooting would put us out of business. A bullet grazed my forehead, causing a gush of blood to spurt out. I guess that was for Sheena, but... well, it did kill us. I was right.
What? Al, this jerk...
Deal with the merchant.
What? You're the one with the clumsy feet who came and stepped all over my stuff? Just where do you get off?
Arch, like in Christ. But the way you say it, because you don't... We programmed contact lenses into a game. Well, like they've been saying for, well, I don't know how much you've been paying attention. They have a lot of weird things that aren't supposed to be in the game happening. So, that being said, a lot of these characters are supposed to be programmed like they're real breathing characters, you know, like they actually have real things about them. So, you could say that they might have actually programmed in contact lenses, but it is a little weird.
Can everyone just calm down for a second? Let's start at the beginning.
Al, what did you step on? I don't know.
You don't know? Then move your feet.
What is it?
Ugh! It's ruined!
What? You mean this tiny clear thingy?
It's called a contact lens, you dolt. I need it to correct my vision.
Why would you leave something so important on the ground, though?
Someone bumped into me, which caused the lens to pop out of my eye. I've been trying frantically to find where it landed.
So, I stepped on it and tore it?
That's right. You barged over and ruined what I need to see. Just how do you plan on repaying me for this?
By whimpering.
Are they expensive?
It's not just expensive, it's rare. These are imported from the southeast and cost more than over 800,000 eni.
800,000 eni? That much? Oh.
Hey, don't you think you're exaggerating the cost a bit?
Who asked you? You got any proof to back up the fact you think I'm lying?
Yeah.
Al, I think an apology is in order. I'm sorry.
You see, I'm extremely nearsighted. Without my contacts, I can't do much.
Oh, I'm sorry!
Whatever. Since you owned up to it, I'll forgive you. I mean, kids make mistakes all the time.
Really? You'll forgive me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much!
Why'd you say it like that?
I'm so sorry for all the trouble. I appreciate you for forgiving Al.
Coda, will you forgive me? Yeah.
Yes, allow me to apologize as well. I am truly sorry.
Yeah, no sweat. Because now you owe me one, right?
Huh?
I'm a peddler, see? How's a girl supposed to sell her goods if she can't see? I guess I could try to go on as normal, but without my contacts, I'm as good as blind. Come on, take pity on poor old me.
Sheena...
This girl, she must be one of the swindlers that Rook mentioned. Damn it, Al. Getting us into trouble yet again with your carelessness.
Okay, well, what did you have in mind?
Bingo! Glad you're on board. That makes our contract official.
Hey, wait a minute. Who said anything about a contract?
A verbal agreement is as good as a contract where I'm from. She agreed, didn't she? You heard her. She said, okay. I'm Clea. You can call me Clea Glaive, the Red Peddler. Nice to meet ya.
Genre, slot. Oh good, we can gamble now. Hey, I guess that was chapter 2. I just got the achievement. Kill this the first time, though. Hey, Glaive, this NPC's design is totally different, too. Also, look, she's got a buggy. She can probably see our buggies, too, but she might be pretending that she can't. Unlike Lily, though, she might have ulterior motives. Don't let your guard down, okay? Got it. What should I do for this one?
So, you ladies fancy yourselves as some kind of adventurers, do you?
Huh?
The Queen of Hardis, a girl who takes her stuffed bear everywhere she goes, and... Oh, that's right. Some kid who thinks she's ready to explore the big bad world. Who's the kid here? I'm no kid. Just listen to my voice. I sound like a little girl in like the voiced cutscenes, and then I sound like this none of the other ones. You better watch who you're talking to.
You must be quite perceptive. Who are you? Sheena, hello? She's bagging it on me for being a stuffed bear.
Don't cry, Enigma. It's the truth.
Not you too.
Anyway, So where were we?
Don't ignore me.
Where are you chums heading?
What are you going to do with that information? I believe our arrangement was only going to be assisting you with your quest, was it not?
Queen, it'd be in our best interest to start making allies. You know the threat the Yatoma pose, don't you? Our population is on decline, which means business is tight for everyone. I was this close to having to close up shop before you guys showed up. Most folk don't consume as many items as adventurers do. Competitors like me, you guys are how I pay the bills.
In other words, you're forcing us to buy items from you.
Force? That's sort of a loaded word, isn't it? Simply supply and demand, after all. I mean, wouldn't it be convenient to have someone like me traveling with you? We can even trade rare items. I think it's a good deal.
Fine. Our current plan is to head to Rosaria Forest by taking a ship from Rosaria Bay. Sheena? Mr. Enigma, Lily, Al, sorry if this decision upsets you. Well, if you made up your mind, then I won't stop you. I too will follow whatever you decide to do from here, Sheena.
Is it my fault?
Huh? Oh, yes, it totally is, but I'm not going to say that aloud. Not like that. Don't take it to heart. I just think that Clea has a point. There's no telling what kinds of dangerous martyrs await us. We might survive longer with... was it Sully? I don't know. The red girl.
Well, you're a big softy, huh? I like you, Sheena.
You bastard.
Oh, lighten up. Don't treat me like a sore thumb. You never know when I might come in handy. Who knows, I might prove to be a better asset than the stuffed teddy bear.
What did you just say?
I'm sharper than I look, aren't I? I'd like to meet you someday. The real you, that is.
Celia? It was Celia. That was it.
Don't mind me. Anyway, that you wanted to board a ship to Rosaria Bay. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you won't find a ship there to take you anywhere.
Huh? Why?
What do you mean, why? The shipyard was ravaged by Antoma. The place is crawling with martyrs. Until you guys showed up, there weren't too many people taking any seaside vacations. Hence the reason why there aren't a lot of available vessels at the moment. You saw for yourself what kind of state the shipyard was in, right?
True. The last thing we'd want is our voyage is a faulty, damaged ship.
Then, does that mean we won't be able to sail there?
Afraid not. We have neither the time nor the means to dedicate to ship maintenance for now.
If that's the case, then our best route to Rosaria Bay will be through the Godot Ruins. The Godot Ruins are a historical landmark that has been steeped in legend. In the past, the region surrounding it was renowned for its prosperous magical technology, but has since lost touch with its heritage.
The cat girl's age is ambiguous, though I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be 15, but that's besides the point. Or wait, was she 16? I think it was 15. The other ones are supposed to be in their 20s. Celine? Or Kelly? I'm pretty sure it was Celia. Or Celia? I don't know. I'll have to pay more attention when they voice act it again. Surely they'll say the character's name again. And then they never do.
The ancient people, however, who still inhabit the area, revere its historical significance, so they preserve it with their lives. At one point, tourists and scholars alike would flock to the ruins, but now we've been reduced to a nest for vicious martyrs. You sure that's where you want to go?
Of course. Nice info. We can't let those accursed martyrs stop us from seeing out our mission.
I see. In that case, why don't I show you one of the most valuable items available in my shop? Trust me, you can't find this anywhere else. Feast your eyes on this. I call it the Anti-Martyr Bomb.
Couldn't you think of a less literal name?
It's so cool!
What?
The martyrs nesting at Goddard Ruins are nothing like what you've seen before. If you don't buy this bomb, you won't stand a chance. Inside of it awaits guardians known as corpses. They were first created in ancient times. This bomb is known as a vessel crusher, with a blast wave that can paralyze the martyr's nervous system.
Didn't you just refer to it as an anti-martyr bomb?
Whatever works, as long as you get the picture. Everything you're saying is flying right over my head. I feel dizzy.
So, the vessel crusher, was it? How much is it?
For you, the low price of 300,000 Ini.
300,000? Ini?
That's a fortune. Of course it's a fortune. This baby is imported. Besides, can you really put a price on something that's guaranteed to solve a martyr's problem? The way I see it, you could ensure safe passage of your party on this expedition, or wait here until the ships are repaired. What do you say? That's a tough call.
300,000 is a bit steep. Don't you think it's a bit too expensive? I suggest lowering the price to a more reasonable one. Yeah, we'd be getting scammed otherwise. These prices are extraordinary. We'll just say extorting. That word. I can pronounce words sometimes, don't worry.
Sorry, but business is business. I don't give down discounts.
What a headache. I can't believe she's charging us. Has Lee's personality settings always been like this?
Well, I'm not telling you to buy it right here and now. However, I can guide you to Goddard Ruins. Why don't you sit on it till we make it? Since 300,000 sounds like it's out of your price range. Alright then, let's get out of here, teddy bear.
Things are getting complicated. I know, she wasn't like this before. Huh? No, nothing, don't mind me. Sheena, I know for certain there's no good coming from these bugs. We need to do whatever it takes to get rid of them.
I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling that the Entoma's up to something fishy. Come on, all together now. Don't just stand there.
What'll become of us?
Exchange.
Well, we unlocked things, so it's okay. Ah.
Back in the wilderness. I'm guessing I'm going to that out position. I got healed fully, so I can go there right away. Proceed down this path, and you'll hit Goin as soon as you cross the border. You'll see Goddard Ruins in no time. If you're still trying to reach Rosaria Forest, continue through the Goddard Ruins onto Rosaria. To my knowledge, that's the fastest route.
So, those are the Goddard Ruins. One can easily see how it used to be a metropolis in its time. The architecture's memorizing. Can't help but stare in awe.
These buildings look ready to collapse.
The slightest touch could cause some of these structures to crumble. Be careful, everyone.
Also, don't forget that martyrs live here. The depths of these ruins await the corpses. I'm only going to ask you one more time. Sure you don't want the Vessel Crusher?
As badly as we want it, it's just too expensive for us.
Luckily for you, I can negotiate a payment plan. All you need to do is put it down a deposit.
Even with a payment plan, it doesn't change the fact that it's too damn expensive.
Then, how about some healing items? I've got plenty in stock, what do you say?
Oh, we'll be sure to ask when you need some.
Huh? What the? Oh, that was a close one. I almost tripped on a sword back there. Huh?
What has gotten into you?
Bones. I just stepped on someone's hand.
Bones? Where do you see them? Mr. Enigma, these ruins, there are hands reaching out of the ground.
Oh.
Those. By the looks of things, it looks like these bodies were buried by a landslide. Die coughing. Take a look at the sword that Al tripped on. There's a crest on the owner's hand. Maybe it's a knight or something. You guys wouldn't mind choosing another time to casually analyze these dead bodies?
Yeesh. They're just bones, no big deal. Everywhere you look, dead bodies, see?
No! Are you worried about the Knights of Hardus? Yes, a little. I'm sure they'll manage, though. They swore an oath to protect the kingdom, and its people and their lives.
That's dumb. No matter how chivalrous they are, if you die, then it's over.
Sully.
My father served as a knight in the Yoan Kingdom. The man was steadfast in his principles, and got the butt end of a stick for it. Only a fool would throw their life away for someone else.
I disagree. Holding on to your principles is an admirable feat in my eyes. As is the will to keep others safe. I'm willing to bet that your father would...
Stop it. Just thinking about him makes my blood boil. You only live once. YOLO. Why would you rush your death? The only people you need to protect are yourself and your family. You and your knights do nothing but espouse propaganda in order to serve yourselves. Can't you see that you're all wrong? Wrong. Hey, Sourpuss. What are you calling Sourpuss, you little brat? I thought I introduced myself.
Al.
I mean, Al.
Al, are you alright?
I'm fine.
Celia.
Hey, Sully. Hey, Sully, you're really a bully, you know that, right? Lay off me.
Thanks, Sal. I can handle her.
But...
It's okay. If you say...
if you say so, Lily.
I have no idea what occurred between you and your father, but you should hold your tongue from now on. Sorry.
Sorry. I let my temper get the best of me.
No worries. I apologize as well.
Let's keep going. The path isn't safe.
It's probably fine. What's the worst that could happen? Y'all die. Fiery explosions. I don't know. Just new enemies. It's pretty cool. Oh, I guess it didn't chase me then.
Yeah!
Oh, I couldn't fit through that area. It's kind of fun.
Can't miss this chance. Just wait till I get to you. What is it?
Well, I guess we can't have 3 party members if that girl does join the party. At least we don't have 3 party members right now. 2 moons, 2 suns. Man, I haven't found any star people lately. No star people.
Hey, how's this? Yeah. Bye-bye. My turn.
Slash into enemies with magic, effectively and stun magic. And shy damage. Okay, it's just a different version of that.
All right.
I'll just use this one. Got it.
Top. It's over. The rest to me.
Okay, that killed a few at least.
I did it. How's this?
I'll see what I can do. Not too shabby out there.
What is it?
I think I can just do this.
Hey, how's this? Huh. Take that.
Trying to aim into each other. Oh, I didn't knock him back enough.
My turn. All right. See? Yeah.
Oh,
Out of here. Anytime. Blast off. Woo! All right. I'll work harder.
yay, camping spot. Talking scenes? No? Sometimes they have talking scenes, but I guess not today.
You called for me, right?
Oh, a quest. All right. That should do it.
Subjugate 2 Fortsons.
Oh, a quest. All right. That should do it.
Going grass.
How might I be of... Take a gander at the goods on display.
And new weapons. These are better. I have enough money.
Is this so? Thank you.
I kind of want her to have more SP though. She doesn't really need attack. I've been mostly just attacking with her too, so I guess I might as well get this one.
Is this so? Thank you.
We do have a gun that we can get for the other girl, but I guess she hasn't joined our party officially yet. Pretty sure Lily doesn't have anything equipped on the accessory 2 slot.
Is this? Thank you. You called. Be careful out there.
I've made up my mind.
At least give him something. The swords do not equip automatically.
Hope this works.
That kind of looks cool. That also kind of looks cool. That does up magic stuff, but it makes her SP go lower. And this one is just better.
Fit. This one out.
Okay,
Can't miss this chance.
upgrade a little.
Al's turn.
I always like how they show her start and then switch to the other characters anyway.
Hey, how's this? Huh. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Take that.
I was hoping she'd throw it into the other
Let's go.
tumor crows. I don't know what else I would call these. They're like weird crows with tumors. Hammer Crow seems correct.
All right. Out of here. Deleted.
Delete.
Oh, leave the rest to me.
Delete.
I did it.
Delete.
How's this?
That didn't go as planned.
Al's turn. Hurry! Look
Wait, what
inside.
are these? What is this weird spider thing? Berggren spear. Oh,
Hey, how's this?
slam them into each other.
Break it to pieces. Leave it to me.
Yeah. I mean, that did more damage.
All right. Got him. Blast off. Tremendous.
I guess whatever works. Almost level 30. Treasure chest. Scan start.
Ha! I can't miss this chance. Just wait till I get to you. Hey, how's this? Huh. Hey, yeah! Take that! Let's go. All right. Hey, yeah! Got him.
You know those ones do better if you dance them?
Let's go.
That actually hurt a bit.
I did it. It's going to be okay. It's a bunch.
Maybe I could heal more.
I'm feeling queasy.
Not
Here
too
I
shabby
come.
out there.
They're beating up my
Hey, how's this?
my animal girl.
Hey, get out of here. My turn. Identifying enemies'
you?
weak points.
No.
All right. Hey, see? Deleted.
No, I killed them both.
Let's go. I did it. I've got you. It's a bunch. Focusing on you. It's a bunch. I've got you. It's a bunch. Just wait till I get to you.
Just position yourself just correctly.
Hey,
Stepping in
how's
to
this?
the damage.
Take that. Bye-bye. Yes.
Right, did it miss?
Bye-bye. It's over.
I guess it didn't matter. We're fine. Does poison activate while I'm walking? Doesn't look like it does. Oh, I mean, I guess I can literally just go back over here. Save points right there anyway. Thank you, Sheena. Your constant panting
This one out.
will make me forget that you're dashing. Oh.
All right, let's go.
I get it, video game.
Al's turn.
You don't want me to get under leveled. I don't think I really need levels right now.
Hey, how's this? Huh. Hey, yeah. Ow.
Huh, that was stronger than I thought.
Leave it to me!
They have some pretty decently strong attacks. Eh. Sure, why not?
All right. Home run!
Ready
Delete
for
it.
battle!
I won't go easy on you.
Actually, so what does it say? Consumes HP, pull the lever to reveal your prize. I haven't really looked recently what new ones I have. Yeah, why not? Oh yeah, I got this one too. Speed will increase, knockback distance will increase.
Be
Yeah,
gone, Bug! Alright, keep going!
Al's turn. Hey, how's this? Yeah. Break it to pieces. Not yet.
that was helpful.
I'll see what I can do!
Usually they don't do that well. Oh, might as well.
All right.
Right there to bounce off of.
Home run. 1, 2.
I was hoping that hit Al.
Am I getting stronger? Tremendous.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you. Here I come. Hurry, look inside.
What are you? Finally, star enemies. I haven't seen star enemies in years.
Ow! Hey, how's this? Yeah. I'm sharp, aren't I?
There we go, that's what I'm hoping for. Well, that thing does.
Bye-bye. Leave it to me. Scanning.
What else is this one now?
All right. Hey! Out of here! Yeah! Took you down.
Good, that killed me. Oh, I haven't seen them use many buff attacks before.
All good.
They
Let's
really
go.
like poisoning Al. I feel like Al always gets poisoned. Constantly. Yeah, these guys are
I did
moving.
it. It's a punch. Time for lift. We did it.
Alright,
Wait
keep
till I
going!
get to you.
And
Hey,
then
how's this?
beat him up.
Huh. Yeah. Break it to pieces. Yeah. Done and dusted. We rock. Ooh, that's the stuff.
Flag.
We've almost made it to the Godot Ruins. Ready, everyone?
Please don't overexert yourself, okay? We can manage from here.
Who's overexerting themselves? We agreed that I would travel with you as part of my duty. That's all. Beyond this point, there are lots of dangerous martyrs, right? Yep. The giant martyrs are the ones we'll have to keep an eye out for. You don't have to tell me that it's dangerous here. I can protect myself. On the contrary, I think you're all reckless for trying to enter the dungeon without the Vassal Crusher in your inventory. If you want to make it out of Godard Ruin safely, then you'll have to conquer the corpse inside. Courage and recklessness are two different things. If you want to live, then I suggest reconsidering your positions. Another flag. Excuse me, are you okay? Male soldier. Who are you? I'm Sheena, the adventurer. Can I offer you some water to drink? Thank you. Glug glug. Your armor. You must be from Goen. What happened? I was bamboozled. Someone jumped me and stole my money. Damn it, swindler. I pursued them from Goen. Then I lost them. You female dog at a kennel, how dare you? What's the matter? She's the swindler. She stole every cent I had, then ran for it. What? Celine, Celia. Spare me, would you? What do you know? You weren't even there. You tricked my father. Your father is the one who tried to swindle me for my money when he jumped the gun by trying to mug me. He dug his own grave. Don't be fools. Father would never do such a thing. Can't you see? If you let this wolf enter your flock, she'll eat you while you sleep. If she tricks you into racking up massive amounts of debt with her, it'll be the end of you. She's a ruthless money collector, no matter who you are. We're not the only ones who fall into her conniving trap. Damn it, give it back. Give me back our money. My father deserves his money back. Hey, you shouldn't be moving so much. Damn it, is there no justice in this world? I'll bet anything that she's the one who started trouble with you guys. Let me guess, you broke something of hers and she threatened you. No way you'd be traveling with her otherwise. What? Got it, loser. Here I am letting you talk and you just keep yapping nonsense. I only acted in self-defense. I'll never fall for your lies. Celia, let go of me. If you don't want others to take advantage of you, then get a thicker skin. If you want to survive, then you need to earn it. Oh, and let me leave you with one last thing. Unless I see it, I don't believe it. So don't waste any more breath dragging my name. Look who's talking, I hate you. Let me see your wounds. I can treat them for you. I don't need your help. I'll be quick, okay? Random rummaging noises. Sorry. Why, you apologizing? Was it weird? I wish that I could help you more, but I have to hurry on. I don't have much money either. This is all I can do for you. Rummaging noises. Here you go. Damn it. Forget it. How are your legs? Can you stand? Hey kid, want me to help you up? I'm fine. I can get up on my own. Just leave me alone. I see. Well, good luck to you. We're leaving now. What is it? Thanks for the water. You're welcome. Never heard from again. Oh, well, this is different than I was really expecting, but, okay.
this considered a giant? Yeah, let's fight it.
I can't miss this chance. Just
What if
wait
you
till
miss
I
the chance?
hurry. Look inside.
It's like a butt horse. Like it's got two butts. One tumor butt, and then another butt. I guess all of them kind of have tumor faces, huh? Like tumor face. Tumor face. It's weird. We got star, sun, and moon. We got them all. We got them all. Oh, actually,
Hey, how's this? Here. There.
maybe excessive. But oh well.
Bye-bye. That's
I was hoping you'd unlock the move, but
Leave it to me.
you know what?
Canning.
Take what I can do. Attribute enemies. I'll just attack.
All right. Out of here.
Panicked. A good ability.
Bring up. I won't go easy on you.
You have to do something. We're going to lose the fight. Use one of your special skills. I use my special skill, Panic. Wait.
I did it.
You start having a panic attack right there. Freaks everyone out. They just start to pity you and they give up and leave.
Hey, how's this? Hey, leave it to me.
Thought that might have killed more.
Leave it to me.
Or killed in general.
Identifying
Which health do you
enemies'
have
weak
left?
points.
1,000. Yeah, I could probably kill that
All
one.
right. Hey, see?
Man, you keep missing.
All right.
Ready for battle.
That made it grind to a halt.
Easy. The rest to me.
They really like debuffing here.
Let me know.
This was a moon, right? Yeah.
did it.
This should still kill.
Yeah. Damn.
Definitely good.
Victory. Here I come. Hey, how's this? Take that. Go. Done and dusted. Leave it to me. All right. See? Ha.
Why do you all keep
Got
missing?
I won't go easy on
I
you.
wonder what makes accuracy in this game.
I did it. Yeah. Damn.
Still alive.
All
Keeps
right,
upping its
go.
magic attack, but it's not using any magic.
Hey, how's this? Huh. Take that. Break it to pieces.
Oh, I thought
Let's
that
go. All right. See?
would bounce it off her.
Yeah. Top. Oh, and deleted. All right, we'll work harder.
What's our next flag? Make use of this generous anxiety tag. I forgot why I originally put that on, but I guess it's correct. Wow, seeing it up close really is something. The ruins of an ancient, magical metropolis. Be still, my heart. Hey, you too. We're not here to see the sights. Don't let your guards down. We know. Anyways, is it chilly here or is it just me?
Well, we're pretty far up north, so it can't be helped. Goen is used to far lower temperatures than the other kingdoms. Ugh. I don't like the cold. Even though that I have like a giant fluffy tail. But my body is small. Like S-M-O-L, not like S-M-A-L-L. You know, it's different. It's very small.
It's quiet, almost too quiet. There have to be some martyrs looking around here.
Well, the corpse only shows up if you venture deep enough in the ruins, near where the clock tower is located. Just keep your eyes peeled. What's up?
This is kind of embarrassing, but do you think there's a bathroom somewhere around here?
What? Gina, do you need to go number 1 or number 2?
Why do you look so excited? Oh no, what a grave situation. Lily, not you too. I wish I didn't enter this stupid parameter for characters to experience their time of the month. Oh, brother. You alright? No, I'm not sure I can hold it much longer. Celia, where's the bathroom?
Well, there should be a washroom toward the center of the ruins. I'll lead you.
This is an odd plot point.
Huh? Didn't anyone hear that?
It sounded like footsteps.
Those footsteps. You're kidding, right? It can't be. Why is...
To me, that looks like a mech, not a corpse. And it looked like it had a weird walking animation.
Guys, something big is... Guys, something big is coming our way. Are you serious? Why is a corpse all the way out here?
So a corpse is a mech. Attack! I didn't have someone to save in a while, though. Just in case. Is everyone okay? That Guardian is too powerful. What's up with this boss character? Its stats must be padded or something.
I warned you. You guys are reckless.
What if I were trying to rewriting this code? The monster's unreasonably dangerous. So if you use your bomb thing, do you think it'll work against this boss?
Yep, the vassal pressure has been tested in battle plenty of times with success.
Seems like it'll do the trick.
Of course, I stake my reputation on its effectiveness.
So hey, let us use it. Please, I promise I'll pay you.
Guess an IOU will have to do for now. Fine then, go on, take it.
Thank you. How generous of you.
Don't get used to it. Hey, how does this thing work?
Get as close to
get as close to the beast as you can. Then chuck it once you can see the opening in its neck hole.
Okay, I'll handle it. Celia.
What?
I'm glad you're with us. Yeah! Go! Throw. Go throw? I guess it was kind of a bomb effect. It makes the screen go away.
Beep boop 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 boop. Great job, Sheena. Did it work? Alright.
What? Did Oh. What?
Sheena!
I mean, Sheena. Well, they all said it. Sheena, are you okay? Sheena.
Enigma, is Sheena breathing?
No.
What?
You're kidding, right? Sheena, hey, answer me, Sheena.
Can't be.
Is this a game over one? Oh, nope, I guess it's not a game over. Hey, Soleil. Whatever the heck your name is. What's going on? Did the bomb not work?
No, don't know. I have no clue what's going on. We need to get out of here. Let's grab Sheena and run for it.
Sheena, are you okay? The blood... She won't stop bleeding.
Crap, if Sheena dies,
then our communication could be severed. There's a chance she won't respawn, or that her consciousness could be deleted. If either case were to happen, then we might never find her body. We can't afford to let her die in World's Odyssey.
Beep, 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 beep.
If you die in the game, you die in real life. Maybe. Unclear. You don't think they're going to be gross and bring it back to what the first topic was when they saw that, right? Because that'd be kind of gross. I don't think we want to go like, actually, she didn't get hurt at all. It was just all the period blood. When she did the backflip, that just kind of splashed all out. And like, I don't want to think about that. I hope the game doesn't do that. Who would program characters having periods into their game? I feel like most people wouldn't do that, right?
Try not to move her head as much as possible. Lay her down there. No time for crying. If you want her to live, then move.
Okay.
Sheena, her face was smashed. Look how messed up her nose and teeth are. Is there any way for her to recover from this? I'm going to use all the medicine and magic stones I have. Come back, Sheena. Sheena, hang in there.
Don't die, Sheena. Please, come back to us.
What?
I'm glad you're with us. No? Flashback moment?
You're not going to die. I'll never let you go that easily.
Ew, liquid sounds.
Alright, there's something in our throat. I'll use this recovery item to restore some health first.
Wait, pardon for interrupting me, but I'm not sure that I have any faith in your items.
What did you say?
The bomb proved ineffective as a result. Sheena's in critical condition.
Yeah, I don't believe it either.
Enigma, is there a possibility that the bomb was somehow corrupted by Intoma, and so it didn't detonate properly? Sure, there's a possibility, but equally likely is the chance the bomb was defective from the get-go.
That can't be. I've never once sold a defective item in my life.
If the bomb was in fact corrupted by Intoma, then you knowingly allowed Sheena to expose herself to deadly risk.
What? What's all this corruption talk? Can't you think logically for a second?
I can't trust you, or pokey items. If Sheena dies, then I'll...
I don't want Sheena to die either. If she doesn't wake up, I'll never forgive you.
In case this somehow kills us. Analyze this item, verifying Sheena's connection. And we'll try something different. I'd do the bottom choice first for a while. When it usually fades to black, that usually means you
There's a way
die.
for me to separate the data from her
Never
consciousness
mind.
and her physical model, then there might be hope for us to save Sheena.
Usually when they voice act, that means you picked the right one.
I'll figure something out. Hang in there, Sheena. We'll save you.
Damn it! If this game were working properly, then this wouldn't be so difficult.
Hey, what's going on over there? At this rate, Sheena's gonna...
Shut up! Oh, sorry. That was out of line. I just need some space to think, okay?
I'm the one who's sorry. This is all my fault. Use as many items and healing stones as you need. Please, just let me know what I can do.
The entire world is corrupted by strains of bugs right now. Even medicine has no guarantee of success.
But...
The bomb was defective. In truth, whatever medicine you're trying to give us could just as easily fail.
I can't seem to grasp how or why the bomb didn't work. Seriously, I've never ever had a problem with any of my products.
True or not, there's no changing the fact that it did not work. Therefore, we cannot rely on your medicine to do us any favors.
I mean, it might.
So are you telling me there's nothing I can do?
Yes. Who cares about you right now? I don't care what it takes. We need to do everything we can to save Sheena. We can't lose her. Enigma, if you're still planning on saving her, now would be a good time.
Soon. I just need a few more seconds.
Damn it, I feel so helpless. Enigma, are you sure you can manage on your own?
Oh, look, Sheena stopped breathing. Enigma, hurry!
All right, we're good. Time to initiate the program.
Please, Sheena, wake up.
It's running. How's Sheena doing?
She's still not moving.
What's going on? You said that she'd be okay.
Sheena! She's awake! What a relief. My body.
Relax, Sheena. I've temporarily separated your mind from your body. It might be a pain for now, but hang tight until your body's healed, okay?
Sheena's gonna be okay, right?
Yeah, for now. She's alive.
Promptly eliminate unknown factors. Promptly eliminate unknown factors. Promptly eliminate unknown factors.
What?
What the? What's going on?
Huh? Something's happening to Sheena! Sheena, please! Come back! You can't die, Sheena!
God damn it! The corpse is coming! It's heading right for us! Lily! Al! You two need to get out of here, or else...
These are all good sounds.
I'm not leaving Sheena behind! I too will raise my weapon. Once more!
No, don't fight them, Lily!
Promptly eliminate unknown factors.
We're still doing that, okay.
This is no use! We need to get out of here! Sheena is already dead!
No, she's not dead yet!
Al! Run for it! Otherwise they'll kill us all!
Promptly eliminate unknown factors.
Ah. I wonder how far back I might have to go. Well, let's analyze the item. That had the voice act and stuff, though. I'm surprised that they voiced that whole scene. If that was an actual dead end. Hold on a minute. Everyone, let's rein it in. Whether or not we trust her is one thing, but if we don't treat Sheena quickly enough, then she will die. Are you fine with that? No. I know how concerned all of you are. Well, right here, right there with you, I've decided to scan data for Slay's items. Would that put you more at ease? Yes. Slay, you too. Huh?
Oh, yes.
From what I see, her recovery items and stones aren't corrupted by any bugs. Alright, we're clear to treat Sheena. So what, was it just because we didn't treat her body first? That's why we ruined the route? See, I told you.
See, I told you. I still have no idea what you mean by corrupted by any bugs. But I told you that everything would work.
Celine, I don't mean to put pressure on you, but we need to act fast. Whether or not she survives is dependent on you.
Leave it to me. I'll save her. Promise. I know a foreign technique from the southeast. I'm going to stimulate her breathing by pounding on her chest, so stand back, everyone.
Save her. I hope it's not too late. Damn it. Whenever I want to scan an item, analyzing it, specs takes way too long. If only you had some kind of design document.
Hey, Tokiwa. Who's the one in charge of handling our company's confidential records?
That's a good way to start, Becca.
Rin, obviously. Duh. I think she's been overseeing everything while our CEO is out of town.
Then, if I were to ask her, she would know where we keep design documents for past projects, right?
Design documents? You mean for World's Odyssey? They should either be in Rin's office or stored somewhere in the warehouse.
Thanks. I'm gonna head over then.
What? Head over? Wait a sec. Going to the cafe is one thing, but you can't just waltz into the office. There are still press people staking the place out without a doubt. Not to mention those weirdos in rabbit masks.
Tokiwa, something unexpected happened in Odyssey. An item that was supposed to work didn't.
What? Was it a bug?
Beats me. Because of the item, though, Sheena is on the verge of death. Clearing the game doesn't seem like it'll be a simple task anymore. I need to prepare for any eventuality. Which is why I need those design documents as soon as possible. The rules of the game are changing.
I get where you're coming from, but what you're planning is a huge risk. Think it over some more. What? Oh. It's just my phone. Jeez, that scared me. I hate the sound of vibration.
It sounded like a normal ring.
Who is it?
Oh, it's Lydia.
Really?
Huh.
Hello? Lydia, is everything okay on your end? What?
What's the matter? Tokiwa!
She said help. She mentioned that she was being followed by people in rabbit masks.
Oh, great.
Where is she?
Lydia, where are you right now? Tell me your location. The neighborhood on the other side of the train station? By where the library is?
I'm on my way. Tokiwa, watch over Sheena. Oh, and about the design documents, try getting a hold of Rin.
Got it. Arida.
Huh?
Be safe, okay?
Yeah. If I don't return by morning, report it to the police.
Doesn't he, like, bring a weapon with him? Situation?
Don't say that. If you don't come back, I'll never forgive you.
It seems like the time to bring a weapon, right? Like, grab, like, a pipe, a crowbar or something.
Sounds like these crazies have moved on from me, Tokiwa, another after Lydia.
Just gonna do this again really quick.
Are these rabbit people only pursuing Enigma staff members? What the hell do they want?
Lydia, where are you?
Oh yeah, the buggy things they have seem to take on bug forms. So, I don't think her bug actually buzzes though. I'm pretty sure it just goes bugoo and stuff. Which I guess wouldn't make it less annoying, but you know.
Arta, I'm scared for my life.
Don't worry, I'll be right over. Is there anything nearby that you could identify so I can get an idea of where you're hiding?
A light pole.
What else?
Street lights.
Are you kidding me?
A light pole, street lights. A light pole and street lights are very descriptive, thank you. I was making my way through a dim neighborhood, and not so much as a street sign in view. The area was underdeveloped, meaning streetlights were few and far between. It was a gamble, but I jogged over towards the only light pole I could find. And there stood Lydia.
Wait, is that her? Hey, Lydia!
Arta!
Are you okay?
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming. I didn't think I'd make... Ow.
What's wrong with your foot?
Someone in a black jacket and a rabbit mask hooked my leg with a wooden stick.
Oh.
Then I twisted my ankle and tripped. It's throbbing.
Looks like you got a scratch on your nose, too.
Well, obviously. I landed face first.
Didn't she cover her face when she fell? Here, I'll give you a piggyback ride.
What? I can't let you do that.
If it's just you, then I can move without a problem. Aren't those rabbit people still around?
But... they'll touch you.
Huh? What will?
My chest! I can't!
What? Give me a break!
He could have just went princess style, if he wanted to go that way. This girl is supposed to be the art designer in their game developing company. Which is why she has art stuff. Poking at art stuff. Pens? Would I call those pens? Markers? I don't know what you'd call those kind of things. She's supposed... I forget if they said she was American, or if they just said she was Western. She's not Japanese. I bent down and pulled my arm toward the back of Lydia's knees for leverage. Then I put my other arm behind her neck to hoist her up.
The princess hold! What is this? An Otomi game?
Oh. He actually went for it.
Can't you be serious for 1 second? Seriously, these people are out to get us. Just keep quiet and hold on tight.
Yay!
That's how I would say yay also. Don't worry. The lights are in green. Lydia in my arms. I tried carrying her over toward Tokugawa and Minoru.
Ah!
Yeah, brother. I have to decide if I get hit by a car or not. How's this gonna go? Run as fast as you can. Push her. Well, why would I push her if I'm holding her in a princess carry? Wouldn't that be stupid? Would I just be like throwing her out of my arms into the car's way? I have to see. I like how they did that animation.
Shit!
As I stepped forward to cross the street, a black car came barreling across the intersection, its tire marks skidding across the dark asphalt. They sped through the red light. I had no time to react. I threw Lydia away from where I was, just in time for her to avoid the car that was charging towards me. Before I could get away, I lost my momentum and fell to my knees.
Arta!
Headlights flashed in front of my eyes. I was blinded by a cascade of white. I heard that in moments of extreme fear, the body has a way of slowing everything down, giving you time to react in a split second. I might have overheard that on television. I believe they called it fight or flight. Is this how I die? I bet it's going to hurt. My shoulder's already bruised, so I just hope the car hits me quick enough to kill me. Actually, a direct collision into my ribs might debilitate me. At least so I've heard. Maybe impact to my spine would be an instant death. I mean, if this is how I go. Damn it. Sorry. Sheena.
La Ars, Moriendi, Remit, Val, Omnis, Toi.
What?
I thought I was a goner. Huh? My neck feels a little warm.
I was mesmerized. I wanted to bask in the warmth for a second longer. Apprehensively, opening my eyes, obscured by the shine of light, was a shadowy outline of a mysterious figure walking toward me. Who was it? Soon my vision cleared up. I realized that my head was resting on Lydia's lap, and I shot up with an courteous smile.
Lydia, are you okay?
I'm safe, thanks to your quick thinking.
I see. Well, that's good. What have I missed?
You were almost run over, but you dodged the car somehow.
Are those headlights right behind? Yeah, I could have sworn I saw a blinding flash of white light. Light sparked in the corner of her eyes. Is she crying?
Does your shoulder hurt?
Yeah, I threw it out when I hurled you onto the street. Feels like it's on fire.
Arta, you sound like an old man.
Shut up. I'm a nerd, not an athlete. Ow. How about you? You hurt?
I think I bruised my butt falling down.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that. Makes sense, since I basically chucked you over, huh?
There might be a welt down there. Could you check it out for me?
Stop it. I already apologized.
I'm only joking. Thanks, Arata.
Uh-oh, she said joking with the squiggly line. You know what that means.
Yeah, we need to get out of here. Are you able to move?
My butt hurts. I'm not sure if I can run fast enough.
Uh-oh, she keeps ending with squiggly lines.
Well,
This is getting serious.
A piggyback ride? Is that good enough for you, princess?
Well, I guess it'll do.
This freeloader. How come she gets to complain?
Now he has to do the piggyback ride because he hurt his shoulder. I looked both ways down the street, cautious about seeing another car zooming past, and I returned to the train station with Lydia in tow.
Alright, we've been at it for a while now. I don't think the rabid people will find us here.
Well, now they're making me wonder, are we in real life? Are we the video game characters? Or how far meta is this going to go? What if the people in the video game are real, and the people in Japan are the fake people? Like, what if? Or are they just going to say that, like, magic and aliens really exist? Is that where we're gonna go? I'm not really sure where this is going. But apparently we can get hit by a car and someone will just, you know, magic us to not be hit by a car.
Crap! Hello there! A minute of your time, perhaps.
Two men stood ahead, staring back at us while their bodies were hidden by the water fountain. Clutched in the man's hand was a police badge.
Shit, it's the police. Lydia, get the hell out of here. Call Tokiwa and find a safe place to hide.
Huh? What about you, Arata?
We can't stick together. I'll see what they want and then catch up with you guys later. Just hurry up and move.
Everything's out to get us. Lydia bruised her lips, fidgeting as she contemplated leaving me before finally stepping away.
Oh, just a friend of mine. She sped home so she wouldn't miss her favorite anime. So, can I help you with something? Are you trying to bring me in for questioning?
You work for Enigma, don't you?
Huh?
Now, don't be coy. You're Arata Mizunashi, is that right?
Yes, I am.
I assume you're aware of the cyber terrorist attack that's been making headlines, right? You see, son, I'm not one to believe that Enigma is the group responsible for this attack. In fact, I think your name was incorrectly lumped in. I mean, with both the authorities and the press hot in your tail, I imagine this must have been a stressful time. So, we can prove you're innocent. We were interested in bringing you in as one of your company's staff members to clear some things up for us, just for formality's sake. What do you say? Mind walking down to the station with us?
Of course, this is all at will. If you deny our request, however, one might be inclined to believe that you've got something to hide.
Playing good cop, bad cop, pretty cliche, but...
Well, I can't stay for too long, though. That all right?
Of course. We won't use up too much of your time. The station's just down the street. If we find nothing of note, you'll be home in a flash.
Got it. I guess I can spare 10 minutes.
Thank you for your cooperation.
A kind smile formed on the detective's lips as I nodded in acceptance of his invitation.
You're a real son of a bitch. You won an award for that performance? Hey! Look at me when I'm talking to you! I know you did it, you rat-faced punk.
Your last message was about the girl, Lily, with her bumblebee buggy. Is the last one I saw.
You can't play dumb forever. This won't go how you think it will.
I was careful not to let my guard down as they escorted me to the station. As soon as I walked through the door, my suspicions were confirmed.
To no surprise, I was thrown into the cold, metallic interrogation room. The detectives wasted no time barking at
Arata
me.
Mizunashi, I don't think you understand how much shit you're in. Allow me to explain why you and your company are currently suspects in this cyber terrorism catastrophe. Remember when cell phones, TVs, and computers were all displaying an image when the initial hack started up? Our intel team informed us that the funny image appearing on those hacked devices matches the login screen for your company's video game. At first, we thought it was a coincidence. Some sick trick. No way could your company maliciously infect devices worldwide simultaneously.
Yeah, it seems pretty unreasonable.
But then we realized the command hub that initiated the illegal global terror attack was connected to Enigma's main server all along.
What? That can't be true.
That brings us to you. You've been accessing the Enigma servers from your home office, haven't you? What were you doing?
Is he talking about World's Odyssey? Well, I'm a programmer, so I was coding one of my games remotely. I wasn't accessing Enigma's servers. I was using another company's.
You bastard. We have transmission records straight from Aggle that show exactly when you connected to Enigma's servers. You still want to play dumb? Huh?
That can't be right. The game is operating off of Aggle's servers. There's no way I could have gotten access into the game without logging into Aggle's user interface.
Are you saying that Aggle's lying? Why should we believe you?
What should I do? Even if I were to tell them the whole story about Odyssey, they probably wouldn't believe me. I'll prove my innocence. Actually, there's no way you could have accessed those records without the proper clearance. So I'm inclined to believe they were illegally obtained. We're way past the 10 minutes that I promised. I'm going home now. This whole thing is at will anyways, right?
Yeah, go ahead. For now, that is.
The detective plopped into his chair with a thud as he glared intensely back at me. I wasn't sure who was the cop and who was the crook.
You better believe that once we dig up enough dirt on you, I'll be knocking on your door with an arrest warrant. Remember me. The man that's going to arrest you is Senji Izumi.
Senji Hizumi. Why is he so damn persistent? He was needlessly aggressive, giving me the impression that there was something amiss. I didn't have time to waste.
I'm leaving.
Oh, come on. We were just getting started. Right, Mizunashi?
The detective known as Izumi tried putting his hands on my shoulder as I stood up in my seat, and he pressed back into my chair.
Hey, you wanna know why the cops are after you? It's because people are starting to die after playing that game you helped program.
What?
You saw the screenshot that went public after the cyber attack, didn't you? The one from the game you worked on? Some hacker had some grand plans. And by God, the madman did it.
Did what?
Just like your company, this hacker signed an NDA with Aggle to license the Alice engine and develop a game with its technology. Thinking he'd have a bit of fun, this hacker decided to infiltrate the server with all of the assets related to the Alice engine. That includes World's Odyssey, which otherwise would have been inaccessible to him.
Oh yeah, I was saying that the buggy things, the B one does not sound like a B. It just goes like bagoo, like it makes that sound, which does not make it any less annoying, but it doesn't buzz. I guess I don't think it's buzzed ever. The only thing that's buzzed was that giant boss battle one with the eyes.
He was able to infiltrate the game? Are there players besides Sheena in there?
He entered an incomplete game and began tinkering with some of the settings, changing things that he shouldn't have. He scattered proof of his misdeeds all over the internet. See for yourself.
Detective Hizumi began typing crudely onto his tablet and opened up a forum thread on a cult website. You get in, you'd be a hero. No one's ever seen World's Odyssey from the inside. I was able to log in, lol. You guys should have joined me. Seriously, you're a god, ha ha ha. How do you do it? Even if the game isn't active, is it still hacking? I'm reporting to the cops. I don't reckon this game for noobs. It's a VR MMO, so you'd have to wear right goggles to enter.
This hacker falsified the security protocols to get login verification for Aggle's servers? Whoever it was knew what he was doing. He left behind a digital paper trail so blatant anyone with half a brain could copy him.
Hero. This VR is super immersive, right? Is it safe to jump in? Come back safe, Hero. I'll be waiting for you to reply. Did the
He
hero
hasn't
die?
responded since his last post. This information hasn't been made public. But some of our detectives were able to uncover what became of the hacker. The man's name was Shuzo Kitamura. He was living alone inside of a rundown apartment, but his death was somewhat out of the ordinary.
Right. Wasn't it the guy from the first case?
What?
Oh, it was the guy from the first case. Wow, I remembered the name. The guy from Psyche Apartments, the one who wrote the diary. Sounds like someone started stalking him and murdered him once he started digging around World's Odyssey.
Ever since Kitamura stopped posting, there have been plenty of copycats trying to top what he did on the forum. The second victim is this college student. He was able to compile instructions on how to hack into the Alice Engine servers, using the forums on a computer at his friend's house. One of them was playing the game while wearing a VR headset, while the other was watching his playthrough on the PC monitor. Without the headset, his buddy could barely make out what was happening on the screen. So according to that kid...
Whoa! It's like you're practically inside the game! They should have this thing up for pre-order with DLC months ago!
Oh.
Dude, you're hogging the headset? Well, whatever. Man, I can't tell What the hell's happening on this monitor? Whoa! This one is enormous! There's gotta be a boss! What's it doing in the tutorial area? I guess this game isn't balanced at all. This is ridiculous! It's practically unplayable! Yeah, go! No, don't die, don't die! If you die, then you're buying me dinner! She died. That's a shame. A pretty girl having her stomach torn out of her. What a waste. Hey, what's wrong? Hey!
Huh. Bob. Bilbo.
Shit, this isn't good. I need to call an ambulance. Shit! Hurry!
As soon as the player's character was killed, foam started coming out of his mouth, and he keeled over. By the time the ambulance arrived, he no longer registered a pulse. The doctors had never seen anything like it. They performed an autopsy, but that was it. No other cause of death could be determined.
Is this really happening? Is what it meant when your mind goes blank? If what the detective said was true, then what kind of game did we bring into this world? Can dying inside the game while wearing your headset result in permanent death outside of it? Did that happen to
Soon,
Sheena?
the kid who survived started posting everywhere. The forum was eventually removed to avoid the risk of more casualties. Take a gander at a screenshot we pulled from the web archive. All right, Mr. Programmer, why don't you fill us in on how that happened?
I wish I could tell you.
Explain to me how some virtual reality game was able to rip someone's mind from out of their body. I can't wrap my head around it. I mean, it's a video game, not real life. Maybe some wise guy tried bridging the two. I'd be willing to bet that you tried developing a system to render players in some kind of catatonic state, didn't you? Didn't you?
I'd never do anything like that. Now piss off!
You've got some balls, kid.
Let me out of here already. Sheena. If Sheena dies.
He dropped his phone on the table, rubbing his temples forcefully before seething at me with his bare feet.
You know something, don't you? Suit yourself. If you insist that you're innocent, then you'll need to prove it to me. I think the two of us need to spend a little more time together, though.
Huh? Detective Husing nodded to the other detective curtly and stepped out of the room. I glanced at his cell phone screen, noticing that his voice recorder had been left on. He'd been recording our entire conversation. Text notification pinged on the detective's cell phone. Mizushina. You've done well. It's me. Greener.
Is that from the CEO?
Hack this man's phone. Now I need you to follow my instructions. I'll help you escape. How did he know that I was here? He's supposed to be on a business trip. I immediately reached for the phone. Stop it from vibrating again.
You've been recording our conversation, huh? Guess I underestimated you.
Don't touch it. Leave it on the table.
Seeing the other detective watching you, I'll be prompted to leave the room.
Hey, Mr. Narimoto. There's an urgent call waiting for you. Now, they say it's an emergency. I'll patch you through to line 1.
Got it. I'll be right in.
And yeah, I guess they're doing the literal die in the game, die in real life.
All right, Mizunashi. I know that technically you're here at will, but if you leave without our permission, it's not gonna be pretty.
I want you to wait 30 seconds, and after this 30 seconds, I want you to stand up and walk straight out the room.
15. 16.
I didn't believe him at first, but the detective had left the room just as the CEO suggested. I guess I had no choice but to trust him.
21.
It is gonna work, but
29. 30. What the hell?
Huh? What happened? Power must have tripped.
Ugh, I'm gonna look into it.
sneak into the crowd. Don't draw attention to yourself. Walk, don't run.
Wow, I made it out.
That's interesting. Well done. Now I want you to run to Munakata's office as quickly as you can. Lydia and Rin should be there.
Oh, thank you, sir. I have no idea how you did it, but I just hope Sheena's okay. I gotta hurry.
That doesn't seem suspicious at all.
Tokiwa, how's Sheena?
She's recovering. Don't worry.
On the monitor, I saw Sheena sleeping soundly with Lily and Al by her side.
Arita!
Lydia! Oh, glad to see you got away safely.
Yep, all good.
I've been worried sick about you. Rin here told me that you were arrested by the cops.
Mizunashi, I'm so glad that you're safe.
Uh-oh. Protag's harem is here.
You too, Rin.
It had been a while since I'd seen her. It was Miss Rin Asaka, the CEO's chief secretary and our company's financial executive. So what, they called up the actual CEO? Contrary to her petty size, she was actually older than me. Every morning without fail, she greeted us with company updates. I can't help but feel a sense of ease when I see her
When
face.
the cops took you away, I sent Rin an email asking for her help.
In turn, I sent an email to the CEO requesting that he help you, Mizunashi.
Oh, that makes sense. Thanks so much. You really got me out of a bind back there.
The police have no grounds in which to put out a warrant for your arrest. So if they are unlawfully detaining you, then we must exert our right to get you out. Rest
Even
assured,
by hacking?
the CEO is also hard at work investigating whatever's going on. Please, accept my sincerest apology for all this trouble.
Oh, it's totally fine.
We know neither the culprit nor the motive, so there's no telling what may come of this. Our company is totally innocent, but the press is doing its best to damage our name every chance they get.
I think Aggle might be behind it. They've been feeding the cops false leads in order to defame Enigma and myself. They're up to something.
It's worth looking into. I'll be sure to let you know if I uncover anything. The future is most uncertain, so don't do anything rash.
Okay.
Got it!
Man, our CEO sure is something. He somehow managed to hack into the lead detective's phone to give me precise instructions on how to escape. Almost like he could see me.
The lights shut off for a second, didn't they?
Was that you, Ren?
I wonder. Mizunashi, Tokiwa's briefed me about everything. Here are the design documents that you requested for World's Odyssey.
Rin held out micro SD card in her small palm and handed it towards me. Stored inside the SD card were the backup files for World Odyssey's design documents. It was exactly what I needed, but I couldn't help but feel Rin's penchant for being in the right place at the right time was crazy.
Oh, thanks a lot. Wait, where's Munakata?
Oh, Natsuo? I think he was trying to schmooze some businessman with drinks. Sounds like everybody's off on their own right now. But we should order a pizza to celebrate our reunion.
And not dying, Star.
As in, forget Munakata? Sounds good to me. Let's grab.
In that case, while we eat, Ren, Lydia, I need to get you up to speed about Sheena.
We were safe in Munakata's office, taking a much-needed reprieve with some comfort of our friends beside us. Hope glimmered in each of our eyes, and the prospect of extracting Sheena to safety with ending Engage felt more realistic. Light was appearing at the end of the tunnel, and Tokiwa and I exchanged a brief smile. But the sinister plot was only thickening. If you die in World's Odyssey, then you die in the real world too. Wow, it's like they're bluntly saying it now. It was a mystery. Who could have thought a program, let alone implement a feature like that? No one from Enigma would have done it. It's practically impossible. The headset, the White Rabbit, had been licensed to us by a contracted developer, but we made no alterations to the device, nor did our designers trigger any synced responses before players logged in. Besides, it's inconceivable that anyone could die from a power shortage in their headset. At this point, the proof seemed to point towards Agile Inc., who engineered the Alice engine from its conception. When Minakata returns, perhaps it would be in our interest to pick his brain about it. Pizza's being expensed, so let Ren cover it. Best
Man,
for now.
he's good. How did he know we were thinking of ordering pizza? Is he listening to our conversation somewhere?
There you have it. Tokiwa, feel free to customize your pizza to your heart's content.
Yay! Arta, whose phone is that?
Wait, this belongs to that scary detective. Oh no! I took it with me!
I guess he didn't think about that one. Well then, let's go back over here. Not dead. Sheena. You guys, I thought that You were injured by a blast from one of those big armored martyrs and nearly got killed. Oh, really? You're taking this well. Do you have any idea how worried everyone was about you? I'm sorry. I was just glad to see the light back in your eyes. I was so worried. I'm so sorry, Lily. Please don't cry. Sheena, do your nose or teeth hurt at all? When I touch them, they're sore all over, though. I'll get well soon. Oh, by the way, also change your pants. Huh? Hell, you didn't have to tell her that part. I pulled every item out of my inventory to treat you, so you might feel pretty banged up. Just take it easy. So, you're the one who treated me? If I left you behind, then you would have been eaten by that teeny thing. Teeny thing? You mean Buggy? Buggy, that's a weird name. Isn't it adorable then? Not really. I've seen plenty of poor souls who were devoured by one of those things the minute they felt fatigued. What? Really? You know, you could have mentioned something about earlier. Oh yeah. You mean you are scrambling to save our party members' lives at risk of being obliterated? Got me there. Sorry. Thanks for saving Sheena. Well, as you can see, I wield some control over this little being, but there's no telling when it'll decide to eat me. I suggest that everyone keeps their guard up whenever those things rear their heads. Huh. Slee, where are you going? I'll be right back. Don't follow me. You know, Slee's the whole reason we're in this predicament. You'd think that someone as shady as her wouldn't try throwing her weight around. Without her, though, we might not have been able to save Sheena in time. You're right. She might have a chip on her shoulder, but I think she's a good person at heart. Sheena? Walk away. What am I doing? Give a damn about whether or not someone dies, and yet... You're very smart, Coda. You get a imaginary head pat. Pat, 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 pat. Oh, but yes, now they can actually arrest him. You stole a cop's phone. That part is true also. Slee,
What? You're not fully healed yet.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank you myself. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here.
No. Had it not been for my shortcomings, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Sorry.
Come on, without you, we wouldn't even have known about the corpse, meaning that any one of us could have been killed back there.
You're too forgiving. My only reason for tagging along with your group was because I saw you guys as good business. All I wanted to do was sell Vassal, Crusher, and leave, but...
Yeah, who expected those monsters to arrive at the wrong time, right?
What do you mean? Are you going to scold me? I gave you a defective bomb, which only cost you your life. On top of that, my information turned out to be totally wrong.
But none of it was intentional, was it?
Of course not. I'm proud of my profession. I would never intentionally put one of my customers in harm's way.
Then who cares, right?
You're so... kind. Oh, wow. Look up at the stars.
Oh, wait. That was Sheena. They're dazzling.
They sure are.
Odysseus somewhere up there, right?
What? Don't tell me you plan on going to...
Yep, the mystical sky capital, Odyssea. Once it rid the world of the Antonos sick plague, my goal is to find and destroy the evil monster that invited calamity upon this world. Hopefully soon, all the bugs will vanish.
Wait, this monster you're talking about, you mean Heaven's Messenger? The one that lives in Odyssea? That'd be quite the feat. So by getting rid of these bugs, do you think everything will return to normal? What makes you so sure?
I traveled to both Hardus and Sturfill, and when we destroyed the Martyrs and the Antoma Queen, the dungeons reverted to their original state.
I see. Maybe you're onto something then.
It's pretty chilly out here. Why don't we return to the others?
Yeah, let's head back. I'm sorry.
Huh? For what? Please don't be so hard on yourself. Sunli, could you explain why you're apologizing?
Firstly, I need to apologize for that damn faulty Vassal Crusher, which turned out to be a real dud against our boss monster. I once believed that I had an eye for spotting immensely rare items, but I was proven wrong for that. I'm sorry.
A case of hustler being hustled, eh?
I can't argue with that. This business isn't all rainbows and butterflies. Nowadays, even your best friend might stab you in the back. A defective product means putting the lives of my customers at risk. A bad reputation can go a long way into harming my livelihood. I've prided myself on never being wrong, but here we are. I can't apologize enough. So Sheena, would you mind letting me stay on with your party for a little while?
Huh?
I want to help you reach your final destination. Let me travel with you to atone for my sins. This is all talk. You just want to keep us around so you can sell more crap. You're just a no-good swindler. What do you mean? You'd probably be losing money if you didn't take advantage of my deals. See? I told you, we're just customers to her. I was kidding. I'm offering all my items to you guys for free until I've made up for what I've done.
What's the harm? I mean, having a merchant in our ranks means access to potions whenever we want, right?
Sorry, my stores are all used up.
What, then?
Well, I'm a good negotiator, especially with other merchants. I've got good connections, so I promise to be useful. What do you say?
I'm not too fussed about what you owe us. I'm more excited to have another friend on this journey. Welcome aboard.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here.
And the pleasure's all ours, so... See ya.
That. Fine then. I guess I'll tolerate having you around. Thanks.
Things are certainly bound to get livelier. Yes.
I'm starving.
Want some bread?
Gimme.
Hey, Slee.
What is it?
So what was the deal with your contacts lens? Did Al really step on it?
Guess that's for me to know and you to find out, huh?
You really are a swindler. I've never heard of an org with bad eyesight. Join the party. Do.
Gold stickers to give yourself? That can work.
Yeah, that works. I mean, to be fair, she did sort of use all of the items to make sure the other protagonists didn't die, since their face was smashed in and their teeth were all over. I've gathered so much, but it's still not enough. More. Giggle. I crave more and more. Give me more. Whoever that person is.
Huh?
No. One of those weird nightmares with an ominous voice. Coming over me. Is it morning already? Last night I was panicked by Sheena's close encounter with death in World's Odyssey, but as soon as I learned that she was safe, I guess I collapsed on the couch, not before catching everyone up to speed on what I'd been covering. Oh, Lydia. What are you doing? What? What kind of stupid question is that? It's the new game that Koma-chan just released. Do you live under a rock? Do you play games? It sounds fun. Alright, huh? I would totally peg you in for a gamer. Want to try it out? No, I'll probably start it tonight alone. I don't want to interrupt your playthrough. I totally get it. You want to save it for a guy time. Take a look at those character designs. The voice cast is fantastic too. All the voices were so well synced. Talk about a work of art. Lydia's face was gradually turning red. She curled her lips, trying her best to conceal her excitement as she took deep breaths. Yes, exactly, Arda. You can tell that the producer poured his heart and soul into it. It's an instant classic. The writing is so compelling too. So many twists and turns, I can barely keep up. Every route makes my heart skip a beat. It's so good. Totally. I know, right? That's why I like you so much, Arda. You get it. It seems like Lydia and I are finally starting to hit it off. Cool. Even if I'm only giving her one-word responses. Lydia, would you mind turning down the volume a bit? Sure. Say, where are Tokuwa and Rin? Oh, Sumi and Rin went out to buy some groceries. Star emoji. Whoa. I heard her cell phone vibrating on one of the desks, so I rushed over to check it.
The cop's cell phone?
So my children. Wait, what is that word? Chadgrin. I don't think I've seen this word before. It was the phone belonging to Detective Hizuma, which I had mistakenly taken with me to the office. Each buzz reverberated as I stared in silent panic at the name on the caller ID, station. Shoot, what do I do? Oh, why don't you pick it up? Oh no. Hey Arda, the girl on the phone's wallpaper. Is that Detective's daughter? Does it look like a family photo to you? What? I stared intently at the faces in the photo. The phone continued to vibrate. There was a detective, pale and gaunt, with a menacing expression. Behind him was a younger girl, dressed in formal attire, whose hands were placed on his shoulder. I guess it's his daughter. I mean, there's a sign in the back of the photo that says Happy Birthday, Papa. Something about that girl's face is so familiar. I feel like I've seen her before. But where? I mean, she kinda looks like Toko. Right? Man, this detective won't stop calling. Maybe he keeps all of his pictures stored in his phone, so he's eager to get back. Losing your phone sucks, so why don't you answer? Easier for you to say. If I answer the phone, the detective will... Yeah. Hey. Catch. What? Later, I grabbed the phone, pressing the green answer button. She tossed the phone over to me. Hello? I answered the phone timidly, ready to hear the wrath of the detective invoked once he realized that I was the one who took his phone. You sure got some balls, you stupid brat. It's me, the owner of the phone you stole. I'm so sorry. I picked it off the floor, but then I accidentally left with... Where are you right now, you thieving bastard? At my, house. Stop lying, you fool. We have authority at digging out near where you live, idiot. Sorry. Left your lights on, your front door is unlocked. Where the hell are you? Well... That's right, I haven't been home since I had to flee from those White Rabbit people. I wish I could have locked my door at least. Anyways, return my cell phone to me at once. Unity Park, 2 p.m. You're not there. I'll kill you. What a maniac. He just threatened to kill me. Cops shouldn't be handing out threats. Hey, are you gonna return his phone? Want me to come with you? No, it's fine. I'll go by myself. Would you mind looking after Sheena for me, Lydia? Just call me if anything fishy happens. Got it. I do. Hey, Sheena. Flaunt it for me, girl. Sometimes Lydia lays it on a little too thick. But somehow she manages to play it off with a zany brand of charm. This time, though, I might die. 5 more minutes until 2 p.m. Man, this is the last place I want to be. I'd rather check my apartment. What if the rabbit people find me? I'm a goner. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Why don't I leave a cell phone on the bench so I can head home? I mean, he's a detective. I'm sure he'll find it soon enough. I'm a genius. Okay, then. I dare you to leave my phone behind unattended. Unattended. What? I'll shoot you in the back, boy. Stuck in the corner of the detective's lips with a lit cigarette, the tip which burned as he shot a piercing glare back at me. Just in case he kills us. Thanks for earlier. Whether or not you're guilty of the hack has yet to be determined, but I know you got no problem taking what doesn't belong to you. A real man owns up to his crime. You got sins to answer for, and I won't rest until you have. Well, look who's talking. He illegally detained me. I refused to be taken down for a crime I didn't commit. I had no choice but to leave. But I never meant to steal your phone. It was an honest mistake. I'm sorry for the trouble. My eyes were pointed toward the ground as I handed the detective his phone. He begrudgingly snatched it out of my hand. I scrolled through it, confirming silently that it hadn't been tampered with, then took a long drag of the cigarette. A puff of smoke so large that I could barely see on the other side of his smoke screen. Man, I hate that. Gotta say, though, you're a rare breed. A normal person wouldn't come all the way out here to return a cell phone. Oh, well, I just thought... Grow some spine, kid. I guess I can trust you. Just a bit. Your room is ransacked. Want me to tell you what that's all about? Want to tell me what that's all about? Well... According to your neighbors, someone wearing a strange mask broke in. But there's something going on. Tell me. Do you know who's responsible? Can I trust this detective? If I were to trust him, I'd give away too much in the process. He could use the information against me. At the same time, he might be able to help us. Maybe I should let him in on it slowly. I have no idea, no clue who it might have been.
After the cyber attack, there's been a thread of similar cases happening to my colleagues. All of us had our homes broken into. You think it might be a gang of hoodlums or something? What did they look like? They all wore rabbit masks and black sweaters, with bunny ears on the hoods. I never got a look at any of their faces. I see. That confirms it then, huh? Do you know who's behind it? No, I don't. It's just that, in the past few days, we've been getting a lot of complaints about shady folks freaking out the neighborhoods. Yeah, the neighborhoods. And sneak into people's yards, light mailboxes on fire, and their actions are erratic, unpredictable, so it's been difficult to determine a motive. We almost managed to arrest a few and bring them in for questioning, but they're slippery, quick on their feet. Have there been any reports about breaking and entering, like what happened at my apartment? Breaking and entering? Wait. So did you get a good look at the suspects? Oh, yes. You would. Why didn't you say so sooner? Did they try to threaten or harm you? No, whoever it was tried abducting me from my own home, so I jumped over the balcony rail and ended up hurting my hand pretty badly. How would they attempt to abduct you? I have no idea. Damn, I haven't gotten any reports of breaking and entering. That online forum I showed you before had a post asking some of the posters to attack Aninga's chief programmer. Oftentimes, cults form from these little online communities, people doing crazy stuff for a bit of validation. Then people start revering you. These communities are targeting you and your colleagues. I'm guessing that whoever's chasing you is a victim of cyber terrorism themselves and is being coerced into committing more crime. Detective, Enigma is a company that develops video games. Our focus is on creating experiences for people that will stay with them for the rest of their lives. We take huge pride in our work and in our fans. We would never intentionally expose people to pain or danger. It completely goes against our CEO's mission statement. Okawa. Alright, you like to pretend that you don't care about the rest of your coworkers. I can tell that you believed in us all along, though. Shut up. How I appear in front of others is no one else's business. Sumiki Tokawa, am I correct? You're one of the programmers in Ninga, like Mizushina here, right? You see, our CEO has an excellent eye for talent. I don't think anyone at our company is doing what you think we're doing. CEO, huh? A man on a mission. Or in our Glock. A genius programmer, a titan of the industry. My daughter wouldn't stop talking about him. Your daughter? Oh, the girl in your background? Keep your filthy hands back. What? You better steer clear of my daughter. I'll destroy any rat who approaches Kaido with an iron fist. Geez, defensive much? I need to think of a better way to approach bringing up his daughter. About your daughter. What about her? I feel like I've met her before. Trying to think. I feel like I've seen her eyes before too, but I don't remember exactly. She kind of looks similar with hairstyle to Tokawa, but it was someone else. Where? Where'd you meet Kaide? Tell me out with it, you bastard. All of a sudden, the detective clasped my face with both his hands. Ow. Hey, stop it. That's assault. You're hurting him. What'd you say? You're hard-headed. You're a hard-headed geezer, aren't you? Calm down for a second, would you? How can you expect him to answer if you throttle him? Apologies. No. I said apologize. You want him to answer you, right? Isn't he doing you a favor? Show some respect. I couldn't fight the urge to tear up as a result of the Texas rush housing. Meanwhile, Tokawa didn't even flinch. The pause is fine. Don't worry about it. Seriously, Tokawa, a man like him never... I'm sorry. The nice girl asked me to apologize, so I am. Apology accepted. So tell me, my daughter, where did you see Kaede? Oh, well... I don't know. What? That? What the hell is up with you? What kind of game are you trying to play? I'm sorry, it's just she looked familiar. I wanted to hear about what kind of person Kaede was from you. If she looks familiar to you, it's likely because she was involved in an incident that made headlines around the world. Incident? The past spring was a high-profile terror attack. A plane heading to Los Angeles was hijacked. Kaede was on that plane. I remember hearing about that. Supposedly there were a lot of Japanese citizens on that flight. After the hijacking, the airplane landed in an airport without a single passenger. Every single person on the plane had disappeared. The suspect responsible for the hijacking plane shot himself in the head before he could be apprehended. He claimed that he was a martyr of God. We still have no clue to the whereabouts of the passengers, sadly. The burden has been left on the families to demand justice for the lost. I don't know if Kaede is dead or alive. God damn it. I'm sorry. No. You were right. I was out of turn by taking my frustrations out on them. I have no clue if our current crisis has anything to do with the hijacking, but in the months since the terror attack, there's been an abnormal spike of mysterious disappearances, abductions, and other cases being added to our missing persons list. They're not going to say that they kidnapped a whole bunch of people on a plane and put them inside the video game, are they? Really? I haven't seen any news reports about increased disappearances, though. We've issued an indefinite embargo on reports. Disappearances have more than quintupled in the last 3 months. I assumed it's no coincidence that the timing of these abductions lines up with the sudden appearance of these rabbit creeps. Be careful. What? That's terrifying. If anything happens, call me. Call me. Here's my number. Detective Hurley scribbled his number on a memo pad, then ripped the sheet and handed it to me. For now, I'll continue investigating the deaths related to the world's Odyssey. Brace yourselves. Detective, I have a reason to believe that Aigul might be behind whatever's going on. I think we've been framed. As soon as reports of the cyber attack blew up, they reported our affiliation to the public immediately. However, they provided falsified evidence to the police because they struck out first. Enigma has no recourse to deny those allegations. Please, Detective, would you mind looking into it? It's you, Detective. Call me Hizuma. What? I too have a name, Tsushina. Okay, Mr. Hizuma? Don't wear it out. I'll keep in touch later. Ah, jeez. Great job. I'm impressed at how well you held your ground against the scary dude. And right back at you. You're fearless, you know that? Seriously, you really saved my neck just then. Thanks. No problem. Now come on. Come to think of it, I thought you were out getting groceries with Rin. Where did she go? I saw you were walking home. I didn't want her to meet the detective, so I told her to go ahead to the Summer Life office first. I see. Okay, let's head back now. Hurry. Hey, you don't have to yank me. Oh my gosh, you're so skinny. Don't you eat anything? If I'm in a mood. I'm in a mood. Ugh. You're so difficult. Why? Clear tips. Cells in ranged attacks and sword abilities. Etc. That's interesting. They just threw it right back into the game world again. I want to ask about your daughter. Is she by chance single? No, she's dead. That would be an awkward conversation, but... The White Rabbits. Taking people to Wonderland. Alice Engine. Yeah, I was thinking about that too earlier. It could be kind of a cliche way to do it. Anyway,
I played this for a few hours and it's really late. So I'm going to stop here for now because I should probably sleep at some point. But I might message you more, Coda. Or should I say, message me more, Coda. Do it. I like talking. But for now, I am going to hop off here. For anyone who might have popped in, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I like how the poison effect is still on Al, even though that we were respawned at the camp, but not the point. Ugh. I guess I'm glad that I got a good session in on this one, though. We got another boss beaten, and I guess we're in Chapter 3. These chapters seem pretty long, but it is a JRPG, and these are usually like over 100 hours, so see how it goes, I suppose. I look forward to seeing more, and the story is getting interesting. I'm really curious if they're going to do, actually, the real-life world was the video game world all along, and this fantasy world is actually the real world. Or if we're just going to say, like, aliens exist and they're fusing data and real life together or something. But we'll see where that goes. Eventually. But bye for now.